Well, hello everyone, and welcome to Uncivil Law, where we learn through the misfortunes of others. As always, I'm your host, Uncivil Law, and joining me is the ever wonderful, the present, the beautiful, the Canadian, Runko Bailey.
Some of those are overselling me, but thanks for
Nonsense.
having me on.
Nonsense. You are a treasure. I treasure you.
So, how are things? That was quite a day today.
Yes, it was quite a day today, and the juxtaposition of what she's saying versus what we see in these photographs is kind of what is ultimately doing it for me, at least in
Oh,
terms of like the problems, because these problems were notable yesterday, but at least to my mind, not as jarring. I thought at least yesterday, and perhaps my perception was off, but at least yesterday, I thought she was telling a fairly believable tale, subjective, and I'm like, well, this doesn't really quite square with the evidence, but the juxtaposition wasn't as bad. And today it just became all the bad, because she is
yeah.
using such incredibly strong language, incredibly strong descriptors about how she's being throttled and choked up against walls and her head being beaten in, and how she's being smashed, and how she's walking across glass, and just on and on and on. And she's showing us these pictures that are supposed to reflect these things. And I'm thinking to myself, um, no, not
Yeah,
really.
no. Um, it's if I had a criminal file and my client came to me and was saying, "This is our story, and here's all the pictures that back it up," uh, we'd be having a serious. Well, I'm not saying you're a liar, but I am saying that we're going to have a hard time convincing a judge or a jury on this one.
Yeah.
And, that's always a rough talk, but you just have to be honest. This isn't doing it for me. It's
And the thing that sort of just ultimately pushes this whole thing over the top of the cliff, or the edge of the cliff, I guess would be the better way to phrase that. At the end of the day, is that she's so much in the public eye, because, as was pointed out by Alita, which I didn't really know about the timing of this, the Rum Diaries was 5 years after Pirates One. Pirates One was kind of a big deal for Johnny Depp in terms of his career and notability. So to
yeah.
the extent he wasn't being fouled around already by the paparazzi, well, he was then. So, and they're always around people. They're always around people, whether it's the security team, or her private nurse, or it's the butler, or it's the island personnel, or it's
Yeah.
it's people on the plane, or it's the paparazzi with their endless thirst for photographs. And no
Well,
one is seeing this. No one is getting this on photo. No one's taking videos of these things. The nurse who's there doesn't
well,
see the kinds of bruises that you would expect. From her own documentation, she doesn't have it.
not even you know, yeah, she's taking all these pictures of like here's the drawing on the wall.
Uh-huh.
And I'm going, you said had your face repeatedly slammed into things. You said
Yes.
you were walking across broken glass. You said all of
Yes.
this. Like, why wouldn't you take pictures of that?
I was
Um,
walking across broken glass and had my head uh, caved in, and I went unconscious. And when I woke up, I made coffee for Johnny.
yeah, it's like, okay, maybe the coffee thing, sure, domestic violence is weird sometimes and chaotic, but like she'd have been really beat to crap. Um, I just, I'd be going to the hospital, and if she was saying, "Hey, I went to the hospital and I had to make up a story about what happened," that happens in domestic violence relationships all the time, where people
Yeah.
are like, he grabbed me, my arm broke, um, and I had to go and explain it was, I told them it was a fall or something like that. But like, I'm just thinking, I would hate to be in a fist fight with her, because if she can take that much damage and walk away with like
She
a
should go into
little,
MMA, man. Man, she
oh,
should go
like
into
a,
MMA. Jeez. She'd be the
I'm rem-
best ever.
I'm reminded of that Simpsons episode where they determined that because he's got a really small brain, he can just take a beating with
Homer
no
Simpson with
problem.
a really thick skull, and so he's just like, his strategy was literally just standing there until the opponent tires
Yeah,
himself out from hitting himself, and then he
it's
just
like,
punches him like once in the 12th round, and it's over. That was his entire boxing strategy.
yeah,
Yeah, I was like, okay, that's one way to go.
and I'm just like, okay, that who she is? That she could just take all this? That's bizarre.
Yeah, and the day after this thrashing, beating, with my head being caved in, thrown against the wall, choked, nose smashed, nose broken, big bass black eye, and I'm going on a talk show with no visible injuries, and also no affect to myself or my voice or any sort of problems, because my nose has been broken. One would think having your nose broken would impact your voice, because it
Yeah.
impacts, the resonance of your voice, because your voice goes through your nasal cavity as well. And so if your nose is broken, one would think it might change your voice in some way, but apparently not. Also, it's not swollen to 8 degrees from Sunday.
You just slap on a coat of
Yeah,
paint or makeup,
a
and
maker
she's good
cream.
to go.
They make your cream. They make your cream, and the cosmetics, best cosmetics ever. I mean, I now know what to get, every woman in my life, because you always look for the best cosmetics ever. And I guess these truly must be the very best cosmetics ever, because they can hide all sins.
Well, I like my range bag has a little first aid kit and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Mm-hmm.
thinking I got to throw some Amica cream in there,
Yep.
because you take a
You don't.
gunshot to the
You,
stomach, you just rub some of that on, you're good to
you don't
go.
need a you don't need a first aid kit. You've had it wrong all this time. You need some Amica. You need some Amica cream, Arnica cream, and you need some Milani makeup kit, and you're good as new. No
it's
problem.
it's like healing potion from
It is healing potion from Final Fantasy. Yeah, it's the greatest thing ever, man. It just corrects all things. So this was where I really started getting off the train big time today, because like I still have a bit of a hard time reading you in terms of reading her, but like when she's telling me these tales with this kind of verbose, descriptive, poetic, a little purple prose language, which to be fair, I'm a bit of a sucker for purple prose. But if you're going to use the purple prose, you got to like back it up in some way. And no.
Yeah, well, and I would hope that they would bring in this testimony ahead of time to say, here, like, to establish all these corroborating details, but they don't have that. They haven't, which leads me to think either they're blundering,
Mm-hmm.
or they don't have it. And I kind of suspect they don't have it, because, yeah, it's
They certainly weren't able to cross Johnny Depp with the horrible, horrible photos. How do you, respond to this photo? How do you respond to this? Whereas Johnny Depp has receipts.
Yeah.
Her receipts suck.
Well, her receipts are actually what I would use to contradict her. Like, I get that they have to put these photos forward, but I was thinking, like, you're showing this picture of the floor where this is happening, and you're going, where's the bloody footprints? Where's the scratches in the ground from you stepping on broken glass and dragging it around, as you said you did?
Yeah.
Like, it's, yeah.
It just is endlessly entertaining to watch, and just a true disaster area. So that was just my notable thing. And of course, we don't know how the jury will perceive it, which of course is always the big factor at the end of the day, because they're the ones that have to be convinced, and they're the ones that Amber Heard is talking to and reacting to in the room, and probably has at least some idea of how to read people to some degree from acting classes and so forth. So maybe she's coming off better to the people in the room, but I was having a real hard time squaring what she was selling with what I've seen.
Yeah, that was, I mean, this should have been for them their big day. I think it was really, because it's a 10-day break. This doesn't happen often in the middle of a trial like this. This should have been the time to end on something that has the jurors just sitting there going, holy crap, this is the worst thing ever.
Right.
But not, holy crap, this is the worst testimony ever.
Right. That's exactly what you want. You want the picture of the bloody nose. You want the picture of the bloody eye. You want the picture of you want that as your last thought going out. You want to hit that last hour going out and just hit them with thing after thing after thing after thing of just bloody this and broken that, and here's this receipt and here's that receipt. And so they're going into 10 days thinking to themselves, my God, what a monster he is, right? And you left them with a picture of some sort of maybe bruising kind of under her eye, but I don't even know. A picture of her with a bruise on her arm and maybe some marks on her arm,
and the most led testimony, just hugely leading testimony.
The leading testimony was hilarious. It's like leading. Okay, well, I'm just going to ask you in a non-leading way now that I've fed you the answer. And at
Yeah.
least on one occasion, even though she was given a leading and fed the answer, she still couldn't get there, which was hilarious.
Yeah, well, there were a couple of places where it was just like, and her lawyers were surprised, like, oh well, I guess you're not saying that. Moving on.
Yeah. So I don't know about who's having what kind of weekend, but it is Cinco de Mayo. So I think Johnny Depp's team probably going out tonight to a Mexican restaurant, highbrow one maybe, and having a little margarita action as a celebration. Then tomorrow, back busy to work as Vasquez over here just starts salivating
You know
over
what?
reviewing the cross exam.
I mean, if I was in town, I'd be offering to buy them one. Like, just hey, this is fantastic.
Yeah.
Because, yeah.
There's a good Mexican restaurant in Chinatown that serves a nice Spanish restaurant serves good tapas. I remember once. I don't remember the name of it, but that'd be my recommendation. It's right there in Chinatown in DC. So, hey. Anyways, because I lived there for a while. So, yeah, I think they have a lot of work left to do. We got 10 days of sitting on this. And by the way, because people keep asking, the reason that they have 10 days is because it's the judicial conference. All the judges have to go. The reason that they all have to go is because Virginia, all its new laws go into effect on July 1st. So the new laws are about to go into effect on July 1st. So this is basically continuing legal education for the judges. That's why they're doing it, right? So the Virginia has a short legislative session. They don't meet all year. They only meet for like 2 months, 3 months of the year. And they start in January and they meet for like 3 months and they're done for the entire year.
Huh.
So yeah, that's how Virginia does its legislature. Texas only meets every other year. That's how Texas rolls. They only meet every other year. Virginia meets every year, but only for like 3 months at a time.
How much do they get paid for that?
I'm sure they do. So yeah. So so Virginia meets for 3 months at a time. So obviously they can't meet any sooner because they need time for the entire legislative session and for a veto override session if it's going to happen, right? So it can't be any earlier and it can't be any later because July 1st. So this is basically just a force of the calendar. We got to get all the judges in a room so we can inform them of all the changes the legislature made to all the laws in the entire Commonwealth of Virginia, plus any new decisions that are binding relative to the federal courts that may have escaped their attention. So it's a week-long CLE for the judges. I'm sure it's going to be just a total blast, let me tell you.
I suspect that there's going to be a lot of discussion going on about, that trial you're having.
The trial you're having, yeah, she's the fun table to be at. There will definitely be drinking at the judicial conference. There's drinking at every CLE I've ever been at. That's the best part. Like you getting into the bar afterwards, or usually a formalized reception, and you get to go to the good table. She's got the good table this week. She's the one everyone wants to be at.
I suspect she's probably not buying a whole lot of her own drinks this.
No, probably not. So,
well,
it should be fun.
And most CLE is sort of drinking with we'll check your box for the required legal education, but really everyone's here to drink.
All of your CLEs as bad as my CLEs, which makes you question your will to live.
Yeah. I mean, in my province, we don't have mandatory CLEs, but they're moving towards it, where you got to get however many hours. The good news is that in most of the provinces in Canada that do have mandatory CLEs, usually you can get credit for teaching a course. And so I might be able to use my channel just to cover that. I
thought about it a time or two just by going through the paperwork. The problem is the paperwork is such a pain in the ass. I don't want to have to justify why my channel is a authorized continuing education because I'm way too entertaining for CLEs. Those of you who have never seen one, and you're better off for it. Continuing legal education courses are just the dullest thing ever. They're taught in monotone by people who read off the PowerPoint. It's really, really bad.
I've actually got a couple of my videos are approved as continuing legal education in some of the provinces that require them. So,
you're special.
Well, it was mostly just doing the paperwork, which is a giant pain in the butt. But
sounds like more pain in the butt that I want to go through. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But Amber Heard is just insane. It's such a. Rarely do you see a witness this galling.
Yeah. And as other people have noted, it's such a blow for women everywhere and for domestic violence victims everywhere too. I mean,
Yeah.
her own sentence of "Tell the world, Johnny, see who believes you" is rooted in a lot of truth. Because
Well,
who believes men as victims of domestic violence? Certainly not Amber Heard's psychiatrist, the one who testified. She doesn't believe that.
and I've actually heard from some victims of domestic violence, some of whom basically say watching Amber Heard is like watching their abusers.
Yeah, there's been
It's
a lot of
just,
that in chat too.
yeah. There's somebody sent me a video that I haven't been able to look at yet, but it's domestic violence survivors responding to it, and
Ooh,
I
do you
want
have
to
a link
check that
for
out.
it? I'll pull it up on the YouTube so we can watch it together.
I don't want to get you demonetized, but let me see if I can find the link here.
You think we'll get demonetized for sharing survivor stories?
Well, it's a YouTube video, so they might hit you with a copyright claim or something. But let me just throw it up here in
I'll
the.
chance it.
There's the link. I haven't looked at it, so I don't know what's in it at this point. Somebody just sent it to me, so hopefully it's not like a jump scare or something.
All right, let's take a look. I can do this. Hold on. Let's see what we got. Amber Heard graphic testimony. DV subscribers. This is, how long is this video? Oh, this is live. It's 2 hours long.
Okay,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, no,
Not
I thought it was
something
I thought it was going to be like a short compilation clip. That's okay. Maybe not so much.
Yeah. I'll check it out later, but it's really interesting to see people's reaction to what's been going down.
Yeah.
Because yeah.
All right, let me read a few super chats that we've gotten, and I'm happy to take some more, and always happy for all your support. Those of you who are visiting, your subscriptions are always appreciated to help this channel grow. And thank you so much for all of you who made me pass 60,000 recently. It's really, really appreciated.
Nice, well done.
Not Vanya gave me $1.99 as a super sticker. Thank you for your super sticker. $2 from Jesse Fender. Missed last few hours, assuming it didn't get better. No, not really. It just was kind of more of the same. It was a lot of unsupported, very bold accusations, and the evidence to support it was minimal to non-existent. So it was a bit of a problem. B. Troy becomes a new member. Always do appreciate people who join. Hit that join button. It is a nice show of support and probably helps the YouTube recommend the channel as well. So we do appreciate it. Life Travels with Hungen and Moonen. $10. Hey, Kurt, did you see LawTubers mention or notice Johnny wears a ton of rings? Those would turn Amber into a jigsaw. Seriously, it feels like she's victimizing Johnny all over again. Thoughts? Yeah, I hadn't really thought about that factor. But Johnny Depp does seem to wear a lot of rings. And so presumably during these many, many instances, the rings would also leave something of a mark. Yeah. I haven't seen a lot of ring marks.
Well, she says she was backhanded and sprayed blood over the wall with a handful of rings. Like that had caused trouble.
Your doggy seems to be upset about something.
What's in or out, or 1 second.
All right, take your time.
Zara.
We deal with the drama. I don't know how Legal Bites deals with keeping everything. Well, she has someone monitoring. That's how she does it, because how she keeps up in 2 places at once, or 3 places at once. It's interesting and challenging. All right. Anyways, someone's at my door. Apparently, I'll have to wait. Ratchet gives me 153 or 153. Does cross time count towards team's total time? Not sure how allocation works in a trial. So yeah, basically, if you're the one talking, it's your time. That's how it works. So I'm not sure how they're doing bench conferences, if that's split time or no one's time. But yeah, if you're talking, it's your time. That's how that works. And the judge was very, very clear. Like, if you're in the middle of a witness, that sucks. Too bad. And someone asked, is that legal? Yes, it's very legal. Judges get to control their time of their courtroom, and they get to basically do anything that's reasonable. And 6 weeks for a trial is pretty reasonable. So yeah, if you run out of time, it's like, I had 18 witnesses left. It's like, so sad.
Yep,
so tough. Sad. It's a sad, sad situation. Madeline Cyphers, $4.99. Did you all see the New York Photoshop tears on the Amber Heard during testimony? Receipts on Twitter. I did not see them photoshopping tears on, but that is hilarious and disturbing. That is just wrong. That is wrong.
I mean, I guess they needed tears for the story, and they got to come from somewhere.
I guess, man, they gotta get to, but it's if it didn't happen, man, it's like can't we trust the news? As I ask myself rhetorically and then realize the answer instantly. It's like, shouldn't we be able to trust that these when photographs are not accurate, the photographs aren't? There's something like that's disturbing about that somewhere. All right, going back to the super chats, great. $20 from Lori M. And the Oscar goes to words Amber Heard's will never hear. Uncivil Law. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your validation of my performance. I do like playing the roles, and it was fun. Itty Bitty becomes a new member. Thank you. By the way, if you have things to say, Ian, you can just interrupt me at any time about anything.
Absolutely.
So if you got comments or whatever, I'm always happy to hear what you have to say. $22 from Hera 23. Testifying to police calls opens the door to Tasha. Who's Tasha?
That's the previous the woman she was previously in a relationship where she was accused of domestic violence. That Depp's team would very much like to get that in if they can.
Yeah, if the psychiatrist didn't do it, I don't think today's reference, which was more oblique, will do it. So
I very strongly suspect that the judge just said, "This is not coming in. Full stop. Stop asking."
I guess $5 from D.
Anyway.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, that's my bet on things. Unless she does something like saying, "I have never been accused of domestic violence, especially not by my previous," Yeah.
I mean, I feel like they're going to get something out of her that if they can't extract something from her on cross that they can use to open the door. Like that's one of the talents of a person who's going cross action. You got to be able to give them something, say something, anything that left that door open. And there's got to be a way to ask the question, have you committed domestic violence before? There's got to be a way to ask that in some version.
There's a clip there, and I need to put more thought into it, but and Chad is mentioning it. When she mentions Kate Moss, because there's a previous rumor of domestic violence between Depp and Kate Moss.
Mm-hmm.
And you can actually see, like in the clips, you can see Chu do a little yes. I think they might be thinking that opened the door. So it's possible they might be trying to make another application to say, "Hey, can we get that in?" And that'd be fun.
Yes, in honor of Johnny Depp, I have my big T, many T's. I like T too. H. Yoon gives $10. I'm surprised people found Amber Heard credible. Pardon me. In the beginning of her testimony, I clearly heard her planting seeds to frame JD as a narcissist, like how she kept talking about his grand gestures and love bomb. Yeah, see, I didn't parse it that way, but that's because apparently I'm emotionally dead inside or something. But like, I was unable to parse that. I mean, to me, it sounded, I don't know. It didn't strike me as weird. It also didn't strike me really weird that she kept talking about the gestures Johnny gave her, because as I learned from the book 5 Love Languages, right? People's expressions of love and the way they like to receive love can come in many different forms. And one of the ways to express love and one of the ways to receive love is from gestures and giving of things. And it's also a way I like to show love, incidentally. So that she thought about the gifts being given to her as a mechanism of being shown love is not inherently outrageous. So it didn't raise any flags in my mind, but what do I know?
No, I'd agree that isn't the flag raising. There's so many other flags.
Yeah. Julie Zaskily gave 20 check, I think, Krona. She basically Deadpool with self-healing ability.
Yeah. Except Deadpool is charismatic, so
nice one. Yeah, and also self-aware.
Yeah.
Sweet Red Bean gives $1.99. I heard Amica cream can even hide lies. Nice. I appreciate it.
Should have been wearing more of it.
That was the problem. Not enough Amica cream today. You needed more Amica cream. Lina Nami Star says for $4.99, none of Amber Heard's testimony matches the photo evidence. Yeah, this is a massive problem. Also, is it Arnica or Amica? It is technically Arnica, but we've apparently collectively decided to ignore that and keep calling it Amica because we find it hilarious.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of fun by kind of mocking the error.
I noticed that we used it so much that Amica cream officially got listed on Know Your Meme. So apparently our repetitive use of it has gotten noticed and added to an Urban Dictionary. So fun and exciting.
I wonder if Arnica is now going to the trademark lawyers to be like,
yeah, there's like they're not using our brand name. Is this the kind of press you want? I'm not sure. Mad 8 $4.99. She's not human, and they never got the damage model downloaded in time for this plot. ACLU needs a better networking or something. Yeah, maybe that's the problem. I don't know. She's had years and years and years to work on it. So even with years and years and years of working on her testimony and her script, I don't know. Yeah. 2 pounds from Space Cake. The phone wasn't me line made my eyes rolled out. The phone was me. Okay,
I don't remember that line, I'm afraid.
Muffins and Mega Pints gives $2. Loves the Supreme Court material. Thank you. I do love covering it myself. I do love the appellate law. I love the appellate law because it doesn't have any of those pesky people in it. It's just straight application of legal principles, and that's what I like. It's like I don't want to have to figure out what the facts are. Someone else just tell me what the facts are, and then I just go straight law land, and that's where I'm happy. Not so much not with the people.
In theory, you could do an entire appeal without, only barely meeting the client.
Oh, I don't need to meet the client. There's no reason. I don't need to meet the client. Why do I need to meet the client? Just give me the case file, man. I'll go.
It's just so that they can pay you and give you instructions.
Send me a wire. We don't have to meet for that either. Sculper Bice, $4.99. Her testimony reads like the testimony from Ace Attorney games. At times. Also with the non sequiturs.
Yeah.
And the evidence that doesn't really connect to the dialogue.
And the objections. There's lots of objections.
$4.99 from Jati. She's the goddamn Terminator. She does seem to take a licking and keep on ticking, man. She's either the Terminator or a Swiss watch, man. Or she's a liar.
Yeah.
$2 from Lauren. Do you think a mostly male jury helps or hurts Amber Heard, JD? Yeah, there's a bit of divide of opinion on this. And Nate the lawyer is also here. I'll add him to the stream as well. There's a bit of a divide on this question because it's understood, like in a true rape case, that men are actually more. It's been suggested, at least, that men are more likely to believe the woman than women, and that women are more likely to think, "Oh, it can't be me. I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have acted that way." So it's been suggested, although I don't know how true it is, but there seems to be some research along these lines. That it actually goes counter intuition, because men are more logical and women are more like trying to find the law flaws or something. How you doing, Nate?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Not much. We're just chilling out. We're just hanging out. We're talking about the day that was Amber Heard, the day where she gave the testimony of her life after years and years of preparation and practice and working on her lines. She gave the delivery we've come to learn and expect from her.
Listen, there's so much that was just wrong with that presentation that she gave. It's difficult because I always like to come from a place of analytics, right? Let me see what evidence that you have to back up your claims. Johnny Depp came in and said she's lying about this, and then he brought evidence to back up his claims that she was lying. Here's the cops who were there. Here's the doorman. Here's these people, right? I'm backing the claim she's lying about that. This other one that she said she was bruised. Here's the evidence. She's lying about that. And they try to put that narrative together, and I think it was effective on his case.
I just want to also say thank you for all your super chats, by the way. I've already got 45 in the queue, and I will be here reading them until I drop dead. So I'm excited about this possibility. Thank you very much for all your support. And of course, if you haven't subscribed, that is even more important to me, to be honest. Like I'm, at least for me, my personal metric of success is based on the subscriber count. So I do appreciate all the super chats and everything, because it helps me with making this a full-time gig, which is something I'm trying to do. But the subscriber count lets me know that, I'm going, and I appreciate every one of you who's helped me get to 60,000. Tell a friend, Tell a couple friends. Tell several friends.
60K, baby.
60K. Mr. Merlarky gives $1.99. Amber Heard spent all day at the discombobulation station.
Yeah, but
well, yeah, maybe that's the problem. She was hit in the head so hard that nothing makes any sense anymore.
One thing about her testimony that made me uncomfortable was it's when you take interview and interrogation, they talk to you about percentages and how stories line up in percentage wise. So usually you know when someone's being deceptive because what they call front loader story.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll give you a lot of irrelevant facts at the beginning of the story, to maybe scene setting and things of that nature, but it'll be a lot of details, not about the actual event, but just about how we got there and how I felt about it. Then the event would only be maybe like 10 to 15% of the actual story. Mm-hmm. And then they'll end either with a nice little big piece or something else. But the main piece of it, the assault, would be the very smallest piece of the story. Mm-hmm. And that's what she kept doing. She kept giving you a real large front load of her story. Then she would just give you, the small bit about what actually happened, the tragic part, and then go into something else. And then when I look back, I was like, it seems like that's what she's doing. But then when I look back at it, the way it's supposed to be is like 20, 30, 50, 20, with 50%. And the reason why is because the traumatic events that happen, you usually don't remember every day you do stuff. You don't remember everything you do. But the things you do remember are things that are traumatic, things that are important, things that happen in certain moments. And when something traumatic happens, you're more likely to remember those events in great detail than just mundane things that you were doing. So that's generally why you have this kind of gradual, 50% is the traumatic event, because you remember so much more detail about the actual event. So it's just like things like that make me feel like she's being deceptive about her story. And a lot of the start stopping, like she would start. And that's another thing they used to teach us. They used to teach us about start stopping, where someone will start a story and then stop and then go in. And usually with that supposedly lets you know that they're filling in a part of the story where you get some truth at the beginning, they fell, and they give you some truth at the end. So it's like, I don't know, and I'm not confident she's doing that, but it just seems like those are like some of the things that lead you to believe that there may be some deception within her testimony.
Absolutely. 2,000 people watching, 1948 by my count, but yes, I do appreciate every last one of you are here. The hardcore people who want to be here for even the after party discussion where we just rip on Amber Heard some more and her lousy acting, and also petition for me to be in Aquaman. Because that's the only way we can go now.
I'm in favor of that. We need to swap out Amber Heard, put in Kurt.
Oh yeah, I'll do a sex scene with the memo. Bridget, $4.99. I think she set up a rationale for going on a talk show when she said, "In our industry, we just don't miss work." She was prepared for that. That's not my understanding of the industry. My understanding is they miss work a lot, especially if it's not like shooting. So that they cancel on events and things. So I'm not so sure about that. $4 from Loretta Blatt, who gave me a super sticker. Thank you. Peggy Cole, 1999. Please be yourself. You're very kind, authentic. Don't let the noise be little of your accomplishments. You've been kind to me even by reading something I wrote. It meant me so much to me to even put myself out there. Yikes. Well, thank you.
That's awesome.
I do appreciate that, for everyone I'm helping and helping to find a voice and stuff like this. It's also been interesting for me finding my own voice in a lot of ways. So it's been an interesting ride, and hopefully a lot more of it yet to go. $4.99 from Dana Wilson. Do y'all think JD was trying to bump into AH at the end of the trial today? No. I think he wants to be as far away from that witch of a woman as possible at this time. I think he's uncomfortable with how close they are in the courtroom, is my bet.
Have you seen the clip of him apparently approaching her and then being sort of warded off?
No, I missed that.
Yeah, I saw that.
Here, I'll throw it up in the back there. It's just a little short thing on Twitter.
Let's take a look at this. Oh no, I don't think he's necessarily walking to her because I think that's the way he normally walks out.
That's the way he normally walks out. I think he just forgot she was there.
Yeah,
And
I think that's
yeah,
what happened.
and then realized, oh crap, and then she's got to move, and then he will go out that door.
Yeah, I think that's what it looks like to me.
Yeah.
Because he normally walks out that door. Amber Heard walks out the door on the right of the courtroom. So I think he's just getting ready to walk and yeah, I think that's probably what happened. But it's interesting watching Amber Heard's reaction. Because like the way she kind of backs up, it's like that's an interesting reaction. I mean, that kind of looks authentic to me. Does that reaction look authentic to you? Where she backs up and like,
oh yeah, her reaction looks authentic.
But I mean, I don't know that I, put that much into it either way, because if she's been making all this up, she'd have a reason to be concerned that he might be upset right now.
Yeah, all that good stuff. So, yeah, good times. That's what I think is going on right there. And you guys also get to see my back end of all the LawTube comments going back and forth. Very exciting for everyone. Rylan Adams, $2. Don't forget fair use for reacting to videos. I wasn't worried about the fair use issue, but the fact it's 2 hours made it a little bit impractical.
Yeah.
Scott Cardinal, $10. I think much interest in JD's trials because it encompasses the mythic storytelling structure, the hero's journey. I'm going to be producing a video series to discuss this. Keep up the great work. Awesome. Yeah, I read that book once that there's like only 5 stories and they all just recycle. Like I don't like the rags to riches, the hero story, like the coming of age story. Like there's only like so many actual stories and everything else is just kind of combination.
Interesting.
Just trying to see if I've missed any super chats because the windows don't quite line up when I go back and forth, and I don't want to miss anything. Make sure they're all tagged.
I don't know.
See,
how
it's
you
good.
guys...
I do. It's good to do because I missed one. See, this is exactly why I have to double check these things to make sure I get them all.
I don't know how you guys track that because
you got another one that just came in too.
Yeah.
I got to figure out a way to do that because I want to do more sort of live streaming. I've done like 2.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this was our thing back in the day.
Brandon Lesko, 1999. I see we meet again. We sure do, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
Lynn Hoffman, $4.99. Supposedly a makeup artist is going to back up Amber's story of the bruises. That would be helpful.
That would be good. That'd be good. That's a win. See, a lot of people fail to really understand. And I think we don't make this point well enough on Alita's channel. She doesn't have to prove everything is correct. She just got to prove it happened once. That makes it true.
Yeah.
So if she just has to prove that he abused her, physical, emotional, whatever you call it, as long as they believe she abused, and one juror, we don't even need all the jurors. We need one juror just to believe she was abused by him once, physical, emotional, you name it, and she wins. That's it.
For people who are saying I've missed their super chat, I'm going in the order they were received in towards of displaying them on screen. So the question is, did I miss them, or has it yet to come up in the timeline? So that's the issue, right? I'm tagging them as they go, but I'm reading them in the order that they came in because nothing else seems fair. So hopefully I didn't miss it, and hopefully I'll get it to you later. We'll find out. Alfredo Rogel, $2. Do jurors get a copy of these pictures to look at? Yes, during their deliberations they will. It's part of the evidentiary record. It's been entered in evidence. So yes, they can look at the photos all they want when that time comes, which will be the Friday before the 3-day weekend, which should be really interesting in seeing how that influences jury deliberations. $5 from Zach Friesch. Would you sign a petition to recast Mira in Aquaman with Dr. Curry? Because I would. Haha. Thanks for the commentary, guys. Dr. Curry's cute. She could do it, I think.
Yeah, I love Dr. Curry. Yeah, she could definitely do it. Mira, Dr. Curry. She has PTSD. What is it? The Cat 5 test. Cat 5.
Yeah. All right. Arnica, I use that for my arthritis from TZ Adi 1, 1964. Thank you for being here. It's nice to have you here. £4, $9.49 from Katie Jane, super sticker. Thank you. Faulkner, 146, 499. Can the 1 week length plus sheer amount of publicity be grounds for mistrial blaming a tainted jury? No, because everyone presumes as a matter of law that the jury is going to keep their word and not look at any of the evidence, and no one's going to ask. So that's how we avoid these problems.
Unless somebody does something incredibly stupid,
like posting on social media. So short of them posting on social media or something about the case, mind you.
Yeah,
then,
or and
Yeah,
you
like-
need to have enough jurors, because if it's one juror, you just can yank that juror.
Yeah, they said some of the female jurors today were nodding their head in agreement with Amber.
Huh.
They will poll the jury when they came back, but only to ask if their verdict was the verdict as read. They won't ask them whether or not they actually reviewed any evidence. They won't ask them what they considered as evidence. The only question they'll ask the jury, other than the verdict, is this your verdict, when they come back. So they're not going to ask them if, did you review anything? Did you see anything? They're not going to ask those questions. We don't ask questions we don't want the answer to. Brooke Ellen, $10. As a DV and SA survivor, Amber gives me the creeps. My perpetrator used my mental health, BPD, against me, and I wasn't able to press charges against that. Yeah, I'm really, really sorry about that, Brooke.
Yeah.
I was commenting about this as well. It's a real problem because it's a situation that we don't really know how to deal with, because on the one hand, we want every victim to get justice, but on the other hand, we want to make sure that everyone who's accused gets a fair trial. And there is this conceit or this idea, and I don't know the degree to which people believe in this anymore, that it's better that 10 guilty people go free than one innocent person go to jail. I'm not sure the degree to which that necessarily also applies in the civil system, but it's probably better that 10 innocent people not have to pay than 10 guilty people not have to pay than one innocent person have to pay $40 million for something they didn't do. Probably also true. So it's like, how do you deal with these problems? Because we want to believe victims, but then again, we need to be able to assess their credibility. So we have a victim on the stand who's going to tell their story. Their credibility is obviously an issue. Mental issues are obviously an issue. And, to some degree, actually, some criminals, at least in the past, have been known to deliberately target people who are disabled in some way for specifically this reason. Like, they'll deliberately target people who are blind or hard of hearing or have mental health issues, specifically because, and we're not even talking about targets of opportunity. We're not even talking someone who's around these kind of people all the time because of their work. We're talking about people who deliberately, purposely target these people because they know these issues, and it's much more harder to get convicted. And it's like, well, how do you solve that problem? And we haven't been able to solve that problem yet. So it's like, it's a real problem. And it's like, because we want to listen, but because Amber Heard could be telling the truth. It could be true. I mean, she's been diagnosed with BPD. I mean, at least by somebody. She's been diagnosed with these conditions, so maybe that's the reason she's coming off wrong. I mean, it's like, how do you determine the difference? I don't know. And that was part of the reason why on day one, especially, I was so hesitant, because I'm like, I don't know how to tell the difference, because everything could be one thing or the other. I don't know how to tell the difference. Then the fact that her testimony doesn't line up with the photographs was kind of what did it for me, because I'm like, this just does not match the story you're telling. So that's kind of where I got off the train. Morgan Music, $4.99. I'm a makeup artist, and I can tell you can't cover bruising without color corrector. It's impossible. Think tattoo cover up and matte lipstick would make a lip injury work. It's very drying. I believe it. Matt Peltzer, $20. Love all the coverage from all the law tube. This is for your Amber impression you did today. Well, thank you so much for the super chats. It's so validating to know that people like you are in my corner. See the people, 60,000 of you who are here, and part of my journey. It's so meaningful. Thank you. I'll get better. $1.99 for sniffs. Did anyone notice her use of the word velocity? I didn't particularly take note of it, but okay.
No, not on my end.
Did you guys notice? Did you guys notice how she kept changing tenses within her when she was speaking? Like, she would say slap, slap, or she would say slapped, slapped. Then she'll say slap. And then sometimes she didn't drop the pronoun. She was like, he slapped, and then she'll say, then slap me. So I don't. It just was like weird, like the way, like generally when people do that, because usually we lie in the present tense. So generally so those are like just those little stupid cues. They're like something's just doesn't line up here. Not saying that she's lying, because I can't prove that, but it's just these things just all catch.
It's just weird.
I'll acknowledge this one out of order because of how big it was. 200 pounds from Michael Gaunt. Just catching up on Legal Bites and saw your $200 Amber Heard impression. So I thought I'd donate. Oscar worthy. Also, Runkle, I love your hair. His hair is pretty badass. I agree. I imagine you being the protagonist of Phoenix Wright. Well, I'm honored by that, and your very generous super chat. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm much more likely to try to wedge in if they ever do any filming of any of the Witcher stuff around me. I'll try to wedge in as an extra.
200-pound donation, yes, because that's what they call the currency in the UK, pounds. 200 pounds, so 200-pound donation, right? Okay, moving on. Maybe they're upset with me because I dropped the S. Aaron Rabishaw says, do you think, for $1.99, do you think Amber Heard team messed up with Amber Heard picks before break? Oh, I mean, it's all they have. It's the best they have, and the best they have sucks.
Yeah.
But why those pictures suck? Because I thought it was a strong ending to go out on those picks unchallenged. Because right now the jury's just seeing picks, and you're like, bam, I just saw picks a whole beat up. No?
I mean, if the jury is agreeing with Amber Heard and they are being moved by this, then it was a very strong ending. If the jury is skeptical, and if the jury's kind of where we are, then it's a very weak ending. And the one thing we're missing is what the jury's expression was.
Yeah. And then someone noted, I lost the comment because I was going to make fun of it. Oh, yeah, it's actually pound sterling. Yeah, I refuse to call it pound sterling because it's not. Once in the long, long ago, in the far, far away, yes, a pound was in fact a pound of sterling silver. That's why it was called that. It was literally a weight of a physical thing, a pound of silver. So if it were truly pound sterling, a pound would be worth about $300 because that's roughly the market price of silver. So I refuse to call it pound sterling because it just isn't anymore. So there you go. I'm geeking out hard on and making fun of British currency at the same time.
Kurt with a strong sentiment for the silver standard.
Yeah. Doug Blask. Camille just justified my unrequited love, and Elaine's going to need some knockout yum-yums tonight. I mean, yeah, maybe. I mean, it's a rough day. It's a rough day. For sure. Yeah, then I have to keep going back and forth and tagging and retagging it. So this is the nice thing about Alita. She has someone to do it for her so she doesn't lose her place. Peggy Cole, $9.99. I had to step away being a victim with no way out, even though money was involved. I was generally shook and just catching follow-ups. Can't wait the actual trial. Way too much. Way too wrong.
Can't watch the actual trial. Yeah, it's just not a good trial to watch if you're if you're a victim of any of that stuff. It would be real rough.
Unbelievably horrible.
$5 from Maudrine Mullahan. What was the purpose of showing the scenery in Australia? Is there enough time for JD team to negate all of AJH's claim in X? The purpose apparently was to show the remoteness, although it didn't really work for that purpose because all I saw was a really, really pleasant place. With the pools and the lounges and the nice house. So the purpose was to show us in the middle of nowhere, but all I'm looking at this is like, well, not a place to
if it's the middle of nowhere, it's somewhere because the place looks real nice.
It's to prevent an argument of why did no one hear you screaming when you were getting, thrown around like Donkey Kong throwing barrels.
Another generous super chat. Thank you. It's from Team Megabytes. $200. What do you guys think of how Amber Heard's team ended her testimony with the jury for 10 days? Left something to be desired. Also, was it her performance that made you chance her stance on believability? not really so much her performance as that she doesn't have the checks. She can't cash the checks she's writing. This is the problem, right? Like, I can't really tell from the words as much that she's lying, but she can't cash. She doesn't have the funds to cash the checks. She makes these bold, incredibly strong statements. It's not just like, he slapped me. It's not just he grabbed me by the arm. It's he's bashing my head in. He's beating me. He's punching me. He's strangling me. And so, and the descriptors, so many descriptors she's using, right? So it's like, well, these photographs that we have now become increasingly out of sync with what you testify to. Like, if it had been, oh, he slapped me once, oh, he grabbed me once, I'm like, okay, the photos are closer to that. But now you're testifying to something the photos don't even come remotely close to seeing. Even though I have zero medical experience, I'm pretty sure what you're saying is bullshit. So that's kind of where I get off the train on that. And I very much appreciate your super chat donation.
Yeah, I wasn't finding her demeanor terribly persuasive, but she's just, so much of what she's saying should have been backed up beforehand by other evidence that we just don't have. Yeah. And, and I don't think it's coming, but if it is coming, then, we'll see. So
I'm with you guys, because I like to try to analyze each witness just based on first what you give me and then what you can back it up with. Mm-hmm. And that I think is the difference here. I think JD's team has backed up a lot of their claims. She's lying about this, she's lying about that, and here's the reason why. And I just think it's just not that way on this side. But show and tell's not over. We still got 2 more days, so I'm still going to keep an open mind. But at this point in time, if you ask me to vote to see who's liable, then I think Johnny's winning this case.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. 5 Canadian dollars from Amanda L. I'm glad you finally saw through her story. Let's hope the jury does too. You're welcome. $20 from Shannon G. Now that AH is a mother, will CPS be able to use that information from trial against her? She admitted abuse. I honestly don't know how that works. I'm not an expert on such things, kind of a little bit by choice, because family law makes me so much sad. I don't know the degree to which Child Protective Services can intervene if the abuse is only against the other partner. I wouldn't know if that's for sure, but I would think that they could only intervene if the abuse is towards the children. Am I wrong? Or
I'm in a very different jurisdiction. Where I am, Child Protective Services has tremendous leeway and power.
Yeah. I know there was a case in New York along those exact same lines. I can't remember the name of the case, where they decided basically exactly this. Although it was the other way around, that the question was whether or not he was abusing the wife, and he'd only abused the children. And so the idea so the court said something like, a parent has a right to keep their children, and so therefore it's not abuse, even if it happens in front of the other parent, or something like that. It's been a long time, but something vaguely along those lines. Am I close, Nate?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. This is just something foreign to me. Family law practices. I know it's best interest of the child factors, and those like 16 factors. That's generally what they do.
Isn't it just really one factor?
Well, no, but they like they give you things like drug habits. Who asked the child, like they're factors. So if the child's 16 and says I want to stay with mom, you would want to use that. You would want to look at that factor a little heavier.
Absolutely. Oh, here's a good one that's out of order, but since I see it anyway. Did all the lawyers have to pass Virginia bar or Virginia license? No. There's something called pro hoc vice. If you're a foreign lawyer, and as long as you're licensed somewhere, you can ask the court for permission. And as long as you pay them money and you have someone on your team who's a Virginia lawyer, it's fine. So yeah, they just have to have someone who is a Virginia lawyer. And they don't necessarily have to be in court, incidentally. They just have to be on the team. So that's how you solve that problem. It's called pro hoc vice. So they can be admitted for one case only. Claudia Pim-Instel. Not even a fan of Depp. The problem is that as a daughter of a man, wife and mother of 2 young adult boys, the level of bias of society and power to destroy a life based only on allegation is scary. Yeah, this is kind of the thing I always thought about when the whole Me Too movement was like, believe all women. It's like, women are mothers too, and they're mothers of sons. It's like, why is this not part of the discussion? It's because all sons are evil, I guess. All the mothers of sons should feel bad about their boys. I've even read articles along those lines. I'm ashamed that my child is a boy and such because, the patriarchy.
Well, but Believe All Women was a radical pendulum shift from back in the 60s and the 50s when the honeymooners were slapping his wife. Remember that? Allison, if you don't stop,
straight to the moon.
That was network television. So that was acceptable. So I just think the pendulum swung the other way because at a point in time, many women weren't believed, and no matter how much evidence they had. But now, so it's kind of like, well, since you weren't believing any of us, believe us all. And the pendulum swung the wrong way. But I think now it's starting to settle back. And I think something like this Amber Heard case swings it back. It's like, okay, we've gone too far the other way. And now let's evaluate this critically instead of just emotionally.
Now, someone else can answer this question because I kind of missed the moment where it happened. I missed it orally from high at $20. Can someone please explain why Ben Chu punched the air and said fabulous when Amber mentioned Case Moss? I missed that part of the stream. Yeah, Nate, did you catch this moment?
No.
I seen a clip for it. I think that might be because that they might be thinking that's a doorway to get in the previous allegations against Amber Heard.
Mm-hmm.
Because the issue, I mentioned this before, the issue is that there was a previous rumor that Depp had abused Kate Moss. And so if she's going to drop that reference, then that might open the door for questioning her on whether or not there are prior rumors about her.
Maybe.
I don't know if that's the case, but it's certainly that seems like why he would have that reaction. And I mean, it seems like a piece to arguing that they've opened the door.
There's one for you, Ian.
Uh-oh.
What is a peace bond?
So a peace bond is, I don't know if you guys have them out there. It's a Canadian thing. Basically, there's two kinds. There's the statutory peace bond and the common law peace bond, just to make things really complicated. But essentially, it's not a criminal charge or a criminal conviction, but it puts conditions on you to do or not do various things. So it's kind of used some cases like a restraining order.
Mm-hmm.
But what can happen is you can end up with, if your neighbor is threatening you, you can go and apply for a peace bond in order to get your neighbor to stop doing whatever it is they're doing. So it's another form of order like that. But often domestic files, if there's not a really strong case or really strong reason to proceed, they might resolve a domestic assault allegation down to a peace bond to just say you can't have any contact with her or with him, although it's more often with her, and stay away for a year or whatever. And
so it's a restraining order.
Kind of. It's very similar.
It's a restraining order light.
It's like restraining order lime.
Because as soon as you tell us, well, we call them order protections here. But as soon as you tell somebody got to stay away, it's an order of protection. Order of protection.
Yeah, we've got so many different ways you can get that order. Like, you can get a restraining order, you can get emergency protection orders, you can get a peace bond, you can get a probation order. Yeah, so many different possibilities.
Okay, let's see what is going on here. Peggy Cole, $4.99. Do you think they're going to try to come up to a quicker decision, being they're going to Memorial Day? A little uneasy. Yes, I do. I said it, and I'm only. I don't even think I'm joking. I think the odds are decent. They rush a verdict on Friday. They do the closing arguments. They do closing. So say closing arguments are the first part of the morning, right? So they each do like 2 hours or something as closing arguments. So it takes you to lunch. So let's say the jury gets the case at lunch, and they're arguing until 5 or 5:30. So the question is, do they reach a verdict in 5 or 5.5 hours so that they can all go home for a 3-day weekend? Yeah, I think the odds are pretty decent.
It depends on that first vote though, because this could be a contentious case. Because I can see you can have somebody inside I believe her for all the women in the world, and you can have some guy like she's a liar, and then it just goes to hell. Because this has to be a unanimous verdict. It has to be unanimous.
4.5 hours in, they're like, "Can you declare us to be, unable to come to a verdict?"
Like, nah, you guys got to do this for at least 2 weeks.
A little bit, yeah, for sure. All right, let's see. Where was I on the super chat list? 71 now on the queue, guys. You guys kick ass. 71 super chats. Before too long, I'll just be in Alita territory. That'll be great. I'll just be reading them through, and by the time we're done, it's like, okay, well, it's time to start the stream again. I know that's 10 days from now, but hey, whatever. Rachel Arkwhite, $5. Please explain metadata issue. There are pictures today have correct data. Yes, I am a technical expert on this. I can do this. So yes, metadata itself just refers to data about data. That's what metadata is, data about data. So the first thing you have to determine is, what is the data? In this case, it's easy. It's the photograph, right? So it's the thing usually that you see, like it's the thing that usually you're playing with, like it's the document you're reading, or it's the PDF you're reading, or it's the document you're editing, or it's the movie you're watching, or it's the song you're listening to,
that you're watching.
or this video, for example, is data. That's the data. So what is the metadata? Everything that describes the data. So for example, all the metadata of this video would include such things as the title of the video, the description of the video, and also all the things that you can't even see, like that are being recorded behind the scenes. For example, what device was being used to record it? When was it being recorded? Where was it recorded from, and so forth and so on, like all those details that are time, date, when was it created, when was it edited, how long is it? That's metadata, for example, right? So all that is metadata. So metadata is very useful because, among other things, it typically keeps track of last time edited, which, if that's not the same time as creation, shows you that, at least someone opened it and then saved it again. Saved as too, by the way, because if you just do a normal save, it won't record anything because there's nothing new to record. So it suggests there's a change. Also, it can sometimes keep a record of who did the editing, or the device on which it did the editing. What device was this captured with? Which device was this edited with? What program edited it? And so forth and so on. So that's like why the metadata is such a big deal, because it can tell you, or at least it can provide indications of whether or not the photo has been manipulated. When, by whom, on what device, where, by what program, and so forth. So not having the metadata means you don't have that information, which obviously raises a whole set of problems. So now you know all there is to know about metadata. How exciting.
But the thing about the metadata here is that there's supposed to be GPS date and time, date, time, and location of where the pictures was taken, and that's supposed to support the claim that it was taken on December 15th, that's being alleged. But the metadata, they can't. But the metadata is not there, so they can't verify when the picture was actually taken or where it was taken.
Absolutely. Didn't they get all her metadata? I heard they didn't get hers, but only got his. Yeah, that was a problem. They didn't get her metadata. They didn't turn it over in time. And there was a sanction of some kind, but we're not sure what it is. But the judge did give a sanction to Amber Heard's side as a result of this. And we thought maybe that was the reason some of the photos aren't being displayed. And maybe it is, for that matter. Maybe some of the photos were suppressed, but not others because of some other reason. But yeah, that's part of the analysis of what we're trying to decide on. Natasha Albert. Natasha Albert became a YouTube member. Thank you very much for joining. It does help the channel grow. Her Hen Bath Company, $4.99. Appreciate your commentary and logical explanations you provide in the midst of a lot of emotion. Yeah, this is one of the good things, one of the things I'm good at, even though sometimes it's frustrating to the chat, because I'm just team analytical through and through. Right. So I'm like a guy who's just going to be like, well, in this highly emotional situation, I'm just going to start breaking out the flowcharts. And everyone gets mad at me because they're not like, well, this isn't the time for the flowcharts. And I'm like, it's always the time for the flowcharts.
No, it is always the time for the flowcharts.
And so they get mad at me when I when I'm not playing along with the rest of the kids. But that's where I like to live. So I do me.
I
T-Bone,
appreciate it.
$5 from T-Bone. Do you think Amber's wardrobe came from Laura Ingalls' wardrobe closet or Maud's wardrobe closet? I don't
A
know.
Little House on the Prairie reference? Is that what?
Yeah, I think that's where they're going with that.
Huh.
I mean, I
showing
can
your age
definitely.
with that one,
I
brother.
said Mennonite today. That was what it reminded me of, was Mennonite. That's what I went with. But yeah, sure, that too. All right, we read that one, so unstar it. Great. Danielle Elliott, $2. There's a Twitter that shows AH take a bump. You mean cocaine? I'm sure.
Oh yeah, she's.
I'm sure
she's
she's
mushroomed out at MD. What is it called? And
MDMA.
have you noticed she only admits to things that are like it's obvious she was taking MDMA and the mushrooms, but then she doesn't really admit to taking the coke. It was like like a little weird. Like some drugs she was like, I took, but I didn't take it. Then it was like, but the other one she was like, no, sure, I took them. I took them.
Don't take away my spreadsheets. It's not a nice thing to do.
Oh no.
John Grainville, $10 Canadian. Just curious how familiar you are with UK evidence. I am not. 0. You, Ian?
Not really, no.
Yeah. Amber Heard's team was not able to get in some texts from Stephen Deuter's In Today, which are some of her best corroboration for the Boston flight. See, I don't know why. This might be due to metadata issues. It might be due to other issues. And also, if it's a text from Stephen Deuter, it's hearsay. Because he's bring in Stephen Deuter. Of course you can't bring in the text. I can't cross-examine a text. Right? I can't cross-examine a text. I can cross-examine Stephen Deuter. It's like you sent a text message saying this. Why? And presumably the answer is, well, I observed it. Or maybe the answer is, I heard about it. In which case, hearsay, right? So yeah, of course you can't bring in the text. Bring in the witness. I have a right to confront my accusers. I can't confront a text document. Don't know how to do that. Which is also one of the reasons the expert testifying for Amber Heard was so frustrating, because she was reading straight from her notes. So at this point, that's one of the reasons I'm like, this entire testimony is hearsay. That's why you can't read from your notes, incidentally. You have to read from your memory. She's like, I can't read from my notes, but I can look down, refresh myself, and then testify about it. Yes, you can, because you have to refresh your memory. The idea is you're reading it to refresh something you had forgotten, but it reminds you. But she's reading from her notes so much, you can make a plausible argument her entire testimony is technically hearsay, because she's reading from her own notes. She's not testifying from her memory. And I can't cross-examine the notes. A generic account from Canadian, $6.99. I feel like her entire testimony was a script for pink-haired, third-wave grievance porn type movie. All the tropes, an audible audiobook. It could well be. I'm definitely getting your similar vibes. This definitely has some pink-haired vibes going on with it for sure.
Oh, check this out. I'm sorry.
You can share stuff. We can talk about whatever. It's fine.
Oh no! So remember the stuff I was telling you about earlier? I saw. I just was looking up. I'm like, let me see if somebody's done any body language analysis, and listen to what this lady says about Amber Heard. This is one of the top body language analysts in the country. She trains the spies on body language, which is fantastic. Yeah.
All right, let's share this.
I'm gonna pop it up. Oh, let's listen to what she says.
All right.
I'm gonna play a whole thing. So I'm here.
Well, we have a show every night, so don't worry. We'll have plenty of time.
Good. You'll have you back. So we see just at the end of that clip there, Amber sucked in her lip and bites her lip. This is concern and stress. The nerves of our lips are stimulated by her sucking in her lips like that. It's as if back in the day when we sucked our thumb, it's that comforting gesture. So we see that. The problem with Amber in her testimony is that she does all these start-stop sentences. This is congruent with someone who is being deceptive. In the clips you played earlier, it's interesting because her percentages are off. You know, the question was, do you remember the first time you were hit? And she says, yes. And she stacks the deck in the beginning. This is something we saw with Jesse Smollett, who staged a hate crime in Chicago a couple of years ago. He did a huge percent, about 60% up front in his story. The actual incident where this bad stuff happened to him was like 20%, and then a short after. We're seeing the same thing here with Amber Heard. She's stacking the deck up front. She gives us this big stress about how much cocaine he had in this bottle. She's giving us irrelevant information. Liars will often do this, Vinny. They'll give us a lot of truthful information at the front. They're stacking the deck, right? They're telling us all these things are truthful. I believe that the cocaine was there. I believe it was a big bottle. I believe they were sitting on the couch together. The problem is when she gets to the actual attack, it is such a small percent. It's maybe 15%. We have a big before, a big after. The incident itself is small. The percentages are off here. We're always looking for about 30% up front, 20 to 30%, 50% of the attack, and then we're looking for a small after. What happened after? It should be really short, maybe 10, 15, no more than 20%. And so
am I good or am I good?
We're good. The Loracle.
Boom.
We love the Loracle.
Absolutely.
Boom.
What other
Well-
kind of expert fact witnesses do you think we'll see? Also, what's the strangest expert witness you've seen testify? Was it effective? A super chat from Kenzie C for $5. I hope we're going to, I kind of hope for Amber's sake, we're going to see some fact witnesses that are going to back up things that she said happened to her, which shouldn't be that hard for Amber Heard, that someone was around at the time some of this stuff was happening and saw some fairly serious marks. So, like, that would be what I'd hope I'd see. Expert witnesses? I'm not sure what the other expert witnesses there would be.
I mean, if that's a general question, you can get all sorts of odd expert witnesses.
Maybe one dealing with photograph manipulation to the but they didn't really raise that issue in direct, so there's really no reason for them to respond to it. So
yeah,
so I don't really know what other experts you would need at this point. £2 from Brandon Miles. Thank you very much. Alicia Peterson becomes a new YouTube member. Hit that join button. You can become a member as well. Monica gives $1. Thank you very much. $4.99 from Peggy Cole. Do you think there were stipulations before trial that judge is trying to hold to fast to and doesn't want doors open due to the stipulations? If they stipulated, the judge is probably almost certainly not going to let them take that back. Yeah. Because like so much of this has been dealt with, especially if both parties aren't agreeing. But like, yeah, if it's like you agree to this beforehand, this is the premises we're all walking in with. So if one side is now objecting, it's like, well, that's too bad, right? It's like, you agreed to it, you're stuck with it. It's not my problem. Monica X, $5. If she was SA with the bottle by Johnny, why didn't she go to the hospital? An outstanding question. I've never had a bottle shoved up inside of me, but I think if I had, I would have been a little bit concerned.
Yeah, but a lot of victims don't go to the hospital.
Yeah.
Especially if things work out where you don't have to be hospitalized, then yeah. And a lot of times it's the abuser that doesn't want you to go to the hospital because of the implications of that.
Yeah. And I mean, especially with humiliating sort of injuries and so forth, lots of sexual assault complaints never make it to a hospital. And sorry, I hope I didn't get you demonetized there. But the other thing is, I would have thought it might be more likely that you'd go to the hospital about the glass injuries, because in domestic violence contexts, you'll get people who want to avoid hospitals because they know about mandatory reporting and so forth. If you walk in and you've got that, there's sort of a characteristic twisting injury that people get to their arms, where somebody grabs and twists, and it's a very distinctive injury. There's not a whole lot of ways people get it. And one of the most common ways, of course, is domestic violence. So if you walk into a hospital and you've got that kind of injury, they're going to ask questions, and you're probably going to, have a police officer there. But like broken glass in your feet, not so much. Mm-hmm. So I would have expected her to go to the hospital at least on the broken glass. The whole thing doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Henhouse Bath Company, $4.99. We need an Amica cream commercial like you did for Halo Beauty. Okay, I can do one of these. Hold on. All right. Have you? Let's try this again. Are you the false claimant of domestic violence? Do you want to pretend that you had injuries but really didn't? And now people are wondering where those injuries are. How do you explain the loss of these injuries? Well, it's so easy, my friend. All you have to do is buy some of this wonderful Amica cream. Yes, Amica cream. It's known so well to hide every bruise and body, so no one will be suspicious when you produce that body of Amica cream, showing that you too have used it to hide the injuries, just like everyone knows about. It hides all things: broken noses, swollen noses, dislocated eye sockets, and so much more. Just get Amica cream today for all of your beauty-related needs. Amica cream.
We did, and we love it too.
Now you got to do one for Beck's non-alcoholic beer.
Was it non-alcoholic? I didn't catch that specific part.
I thought that they were. Isn't that what that is?
They said Beck's, but Beck's comes in a alcoholic version, if my memory serves correctly.
Yeah, I think it does.
Okay. Oh, well, fair enough. Then
it's a fairly
not.
light lager. It's a nice generic beer. Nothing to write home about, but nothing to complain about either.
I'm just wondering if they're going to seek an endorsement now.
From Beck's? For Johnny Depp? Maybe. Johnny Depp can have any beer in the world he wants, and he drinks Beck's. I mean, it's a little generic and basic, but maybe that's how he rolls.
Hey, I mean, props for keeping his tastes a little more. I mean, aside from apparently the jars of cocaine.
Yes.
One thing though.
No, that was MDMA. The jars of MDMA.
It's interesting though. I don't really have too much sympathy for poor old Johnny for a couple of reasons. Number one, he's a 50-year-old man trying to get hooked up with a 20-year-old woman. He should have known Kurt's things was going crazy. And the fact that all of a sudden,
I don't see anything wrong with that at all, Nate. You're out of your mind.
He knew he was robbing the crate a little bit, and he got happy. Got his trophy wife, fine. But then when stuff started getting crazy, instead of him just getting out of there, he wanted to go all this whole, and stayed, unfortunately, and now he's kind of in this mess. And it's
people stay for all sorts of reasons, though. I mean, the whole true. Why didn't they leave thing is something that gets thrown in the face of like domestic violence victims a lot. Mm-hmm. So I'm always cautious about that one.
That's true. That's true. Because he is a victim.
A lot of the usual answers don't apply to him, though, because usually it's stuff like, hey, he's paying the bills, so I couldn't leave because, my kids will starve and I'll be on the street. I feel like that's not so much his situation.
No, well, here, I think he was the fight. He was the difference, I think, here, especially with the power, because there was a power dynamic within a relationship, and I think a power dynamic financially, right? He was the big breadwinner. He was the guy paying for everything, and she was kind of moving up to that level.
I think every 50-year-old should have a 20-year-old in their life.
Yeah. So that, but that's, don't get me wrong. I don't think anybody, he didn't deserve to be abused. And I definitely think she is embellishing and lying about a lot of the stuff that she's saying. But I also believe that Johnny is just no pure angel from all of this, right? He's doing how much illegal drugs. He's being irresponsible. But at the end of the day, this is just going to come down to who do you believe? And at this moment in time, I believe him, his drug addicted, crazy ass. I believe him more than I believe her. But it's not because I like Johnny. It's just because he's given me the fact that he's laid out match the story that he's trying to sell me. If that was with Amber, then I would say Amber was winning, but it's just not. Johnny's the one that's doing that.
I've been chided by the chat.
Why? They hate me, huh?
No, I've been chided by the chat. That's fine. Caroline Taylor gives €5. Bonjour from France. Hello, France. I know something on the live stream and judge should be made aware of. How can we contact the judge court or can you assist? Absolutely not. No. Okay. If the judge should be made aware of it, I'm sure that people were letting the attorneys know. And if, the attorneys are the ones that can let the judge know to the extent it exists, you should absolutely positively not contact the court. Not that they'd listen to you anyway, because they can't take an outside advice. I'm sure this is in no sense preventing people from calling the court, but, for whatever it's worth, don't call the court. If you noticed, someone noticed it, it will definitely filter to the legal team. and they can bring it up or not as might be required. But yep, don't do that.
For
Yeah.
a high profile matter like this, I'm sure they've got somebody dedicated to taking your call, ignoring everything you've said, and thanking you politely and hanging up.
Oh yeah. Some poor clerk somewhere.
Oh yeah.
At Lalo gives $20. So I just stepped on a small shard of glass. I couldn't walk until I got it out. Been there too,
Yeah.
my friend. Been there
Oh,
too.
yeah.
Oh, intensely painful. You got so many nerve endings in your foot.
Karen W, $5. Why does it matter if she wrote the title now since she accused SA on the stand? Oh, well, that's really easy. From technical legal level, at least it's easy. The reason is because we have to sue over the defamation in the article. What she says on the stand now, she can't be sued over because she's saying it in the context of litigation. So you can't, that's what we call a privileged statement. So not all, there's this concept of privileged statements, and this would be one of them. So she cannot be sued for defamation of what she's saying on the stand right now. So therefore, we're still back to the original article, which is proving that the article is or is not false. And also more to the point in some ways, it would have to be true or not at the time it was uttered. So whatever she's saying now can't possibly influence whether it was true then or not, right? Because what she's saying now isn't in the past. So the question is basically on the day it was published, was it true or not, right? And that's the question we're trying to assess on a technical legal level. So that's part of the reasons why, in case you were curious. So I scroll through and pick up all the super chats that I was trying to get. Great. 72 left. Let's keep going. Team YouTube for $5. Do you think one or both of Johnny's children may want to be rebundal witnesses?
No.
I couldn't speak to that,
No.
but I would doubt it.
If I was Johnny, I'd be trying to protect them as much as possible from the court process.
Yeah. Jennifer gives $50. Thank you very much for that generous super chat, Jennifer. Probably asked and answered, but can JD's team so exactly scripting match to Mr. Ripley? Love how LawTube supports each other. So it depends on a lawyer's style. If you mean in terms of like a cross-examination or in terms of questions, like how much you want to script or not. I would not script questions. I'd script bullet points.
No,
right? I'd script.
They're
you
talking
missed the
about
question.
they're talking about the suggestion that this is a quote from the talented Mr. Ripley. And
But it's not because I couldn't find it anywhere. It's not.
I found an article that put the language used up, and it's not a match. It expresses similar themes, but the actual quotations are not from the book. But even if she had been quoting from the book, it just means that she's a person who makes literary references in her testimony. You're not going to get much out of it.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that she makes a movie quote or literature quote, I mean, it's not going to get you anywhere.
Amber Heard, the way they're going to cross Amber Heard is they're going to go with this. You don't cross her about the things that she's going to be good on. It's going to cross on things that she's not going to be good on.
Yeah.
So, for instance, okay, you talked about bruises. Well, here you reported that you were bruised, blah, 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 blah. Yes. Okay. You went to a doctor. He checked you out. You look at doctor, whatever his name is, Zinger or whatever. No bruises. You went to the nurse. No bruises, right? Boom. And then you do the same thing with the cops. DV incident. You said this and just go through all that. Go through her deposition. And the way she's seen to act during the deposition, I think you're going to get under her skin because I think there's so much there that you can get under her skin. And at the end, you got the payoff question. There's two payoff questions for Amber. If someone who's done what you did, are you an abuser? After you literally could just lay out everything she did, cut off his finger, did this, punched him in the face, did that, admitted all this, admitted to this, admitted to this. Are you an abuser?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what she says.
Yeah.
Well, and I also love that she, or at least from the Depp perspective, I'd be all over the details about the donations.
Oh, yeah.
You lied to the public. You told the public this because it was important that you be perceived in this way. So you're willing to lie about this. Also, you did it in court in the UK.
Oh, yeah.
So
yes.
You're willing to lie in court, aren't you? That's a tough impeachment. That's always
tough,
Yeah.
That's always brutally effective if you can show somebody lied in court.
Yeah, there's still children out there who need saving. Save the children. She's not saving no children. But I think there's so much fertile ground. The problem is you just don't want to get overly excited. And I think that's what happened with Rottenborn, with Depp. He got overly excited, like, oh yeah, he's up here. I think you got to kind of just be patient and just wheedle your way through it.
Yeah. 5 pounds from Kira Law. As a DV survivor myself, watching her spin a web of lies makes me sick to my stomach. Truly an evil woman, excited for cross-examination. The cross-examination should be pretty epic.
That's hold on, but let's melt expectations, because we said that about
yes, we sure did.
The doctor who was kicking.
We sure did, and we were really disappointed. But I said if they do it again, I say if they screw up this cross, I'm rage quitting. I'm rage quitting the trial.
Yeah,
if they screw up this cross, I'm out. I'm out.
See,
let me know how it turned out.
I'm not super thrilled about the cross for just one reason. I am shooting a competition on the 16th, and then I think flying back on the 17th. And so I'm probably not going to be there for it. And that makes me very sad, or at least not for the beginning of it.
Can you use Amber Heard heads as your targets? Is that okay?
A lot of ranges don't like targets that look like people. Because, I mean, it makes sense, right? The last thing you want is for somebody to come out and put up targets that look like their ex, and then something bad happens. You don't want to have that publicity. So typically they don't want anything that looks like an actual person.
Yeah, very much so.
I mean, if I was running a range, that'd be a rule I'd have too.
Steven gets $5. Question: Can Vasquez ask Amber Heard prior experience with IPV to impeach her with past charges?
No propensity evidence. The judge would have to allow it. We saw that they were trying to impeach the doctor with that, but the judge wouldn't allow it in.
If they're asking her about past experiences she's had to her, maybe, because it's not.
If she opens the door by either making a statement that is outright denying past experience, and I think that would have to come from Amber, not from Hughes. Or if she potentially opens the door by pointing the finger at Johnny on the same issues, then it can become an issue of competing. That's, I think, the ways that gets opened.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think the judge is terribly inclined to let that in.
Yeah.
I think it'd have to be something strong if it's not been in already.
Julia Zalski gives 150 Czech krona. Can you guys explain for a non-U.S. person how jury deliberations look like? They gather together and go through everything. Is there a time limit? Can they look at evidence, their notes at home? So typically no to the last question. The evidence stays in the courtroom, but they can look at anything they want. They don't necessarily have to. So usually the way it works is they all just start in a room by themselves. They've been taking notes as well. So what they start with is themselves, the notes they've been taking, and a copy of the jury instructions is where they start. And they might also have a copy of like the evidence list that gives a copy of all the evidence that's available. They might also have that, but not necessarily. And then if they want something, they knock on the door and they give a note to the person standing outside. It says, we want to see whatever. And then they bring that thing into the room for them to have. So that's how they can look or not look at the evidence as necessary. They technically don't have to look at anything. If they're able to reach a verdict from their own notes and their own recollections, they don't technically have to look at anything. I mean, because to be fair, they already have looked at it at least once in the courtroom, right? They've already seen it. That's what publishing to the jury means, by the way, is that it's shown to them. So they've already seen those exhibits. So if their memory is good enough, they can go off memory. So it just depends. Yeah. And basically in terms of procedure, it's just to talk. They elect a foreperson who tries to, control things as best they can, or at least tries to moderate time. They just talk until they reach a decision. They can talk basically as long as they want. If it goes on for a really extended length of time, someone might start asking questions, but anything even vaguely reasonable. So they can pretty much take any amount of time they want.
Which in this case is going to be 5.5 hours.
Which is probably in this case going to be 5.5 hours if I were a betting man. Yeah, that sounds about right. I think that sounds about right. All right, scrolling. They see me scrolling. They see me scrolling. Because I make sure that I have all the things I need to have. Great. Let's go back to the next page. Maggie's Just Love Community, $5. One only thing I can believe is Johnny is a drunk and an addict and has unresolved mother issues. That kind of person is always hell to live with.
I mean, I can absolutely believe it sucked to live with him.
Madeline Cyphers, $4.99. If you search New York Post Photoshop tears on Twitter, it's right there. I will definitely have to take a look at that after the stream. Thank you. Spice Cake gave £5. Amber Heard said that after he used the bottle on her, etc., he started destroying the phone. She said that in the moment she realized that the phone was me. Oh. He started destroying the phone and then said the phone was me. I'm the phone that he's destroying. Is that what the juxtaposition was? If that's true, I missed that particular moment, and that's hilarious.
I guess, yeah. Just, sometimes people smash objects and so forth. It is a fairly common presentation that you'd see.
Yeah. 1920 Farmhouse gives $19.99. Will jury see any clips of her deposition? Such a dramatic difference in personality demeanor compared to her court testimony. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know the degree to which it's in evidence or not, or whether it's stipulated to be part of the evidence. It might be stipulated to be part of the evidence, even if it's... So that's another thing, too. That not all the evidence that's shown to the jury might actually be shown in court, because some of it's stipulated to be in there and will just be available for the jury if they need it. So it doesn't need to be presented in court. I don't know the degree to which they can use her deposition or not in terms of we haven't seen that practice to date, whether that's for efficiency reasons or for some sort of tactical reasons, I couldn't say. So I'm not quite sure how that will work. And I don't think merely showing a difference in her disposition is really doing that much. You want to show more obvious conflicts than just merely she had this attitude here, she has this attitude here, because that's easy enough to explain a million different ways. So I don't think it's worth it merely to show a difference in attitude, but that's just my personal opinion. Alicia Peterson, $2. Please compare violence with Amber versus Rihanna. Yeah, I mean, there's no comparison, right? I mean, we've all seen the photos of Rihanna. That's what violence looks like. This is not that.
Yeah, there was no question that everything was genuine. He admitted that he did it. There's a whole different aspect to it. And in this story, even with Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, I could be sold that Johnny hit Amber. I could be that can be sold to me. I can't be sold the story that she's selling me now.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. The story she's selling me is something that's almost unbelievable. And if I got to buy that to buy her story, then I think she's a liar. But I could buy a simpler story of, hey, he hit me once. Hey, there was, something happened. It was a stick, something like that. Or he was very jealous. I can buy that. So it really depends on the story they're trying to sell. And right now, I think they're trying to sell the wrong story.
Yes. And now it's karaoke time. When the sun shines, we'll shine together. Told you I'll be here forever. Said I'll always be your friend. Took an oath I'm gonna stick it out to the end. Now it's raining more than ever. Know that we still have each other. You can stand under my umbrella. You can stand under my umbrella. You're welcome, chat.
Is there a way I can send like a negative super chat?
Other people have asked that question in the past.
Negative $20. Thanks for the song.
On for to use $10. I was watching Legal Bites, and I'm like you, Kurt. Only thing is I learned to watch someone's face when they're telling you stories. What I'm seeing is someone who isn't being truthful but trying to garner sympathy. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a thing that is happening as well. That's not even my favorite Rihanna song. It's all about that. Cake. Okay, that's enough. Sat Guy, 141, $2. My BS meter was on red alert with her. Thank you very much. Otto Rommel, $20. So she was walking on broken glass. That's also a song. Feels like I'm walking on broken glass. Okay, where were the bloody footprints and smears on the floor? Then she said it looked like the glass was cleaned up, but they left the cans and other mess and only cleaned up the glass. There are several holes in her story in terms of the timing of things, and
they would have cleaned up some of the blood, but not other blood. Like,
yeah, this is I think the exaggeration that's coming out in her story. But the thing is that most people aren't trained, and I could see like Kirk said earlier, I can see someone looking at her story and believing that to be true, because it's especially because sometimes it's we know it's a performance, but I don't think everybody can point out it's a performance. I think a lot of people would look at that and could say she's being genuine. This woman's been through something, not understanding that she's doing all starting and stopping all the time, not understanding that the story makes no sense. It doesn't conform to the way generally this happens. So it's a shame.
Yes. $100 from Zykes 101. Is the rest for your Amber impression.
Ah, nice.
Thank you.
This is a profitable stream tonight, baby.
It has been a very good stream for me financially tonight. Yes, it has been great. And we still have 75 super chats to go.
Wow.
The number just increases. $5 from last of Yahoos. Justice for my boy at Uncivil with two opposite stories. One of them the monster, no? Yeah. Her account kind of removes the middle ground for me. Thoughts? Yeah, she kind of also shot her legal case in the foot today.
That's
because this is also a problem, because in trying to interpret what that word domestic abuse can mean, it's like open to so much interpretation. Her team had been trying to widen it out, but now she's coming out. But now she's coming out with these stories, and it's like, damn, it's like maybe you only have to prove one of them, but you have to prove like one of them to the degree that you're trying to sell them on now. So you've basically hurt your legal case from your testimony, at least in my view. Purple Pros, $2. Will the ACLU be under scrutiny after this? If they haven't been under scrutiny up to this point, I'm going to go with no.
I think that's a safe bet. I don't think anybody's taking those steps here.
No, not really. $10 from Mr. RN, Kurt et al. Do you think op-ed writing was malicious, and was it a hoax? Depends what you mean by malicious. In the defamation sense, yes, I think it's absolutely malicious. In the conventional sense, I guess also yes. It was meant to cause harm. And was it a hoax? Yes. Should Johnny win at least $1? Yes. Or should Amber win $1? No. Kurt, what made you change your mind about Amber Heard? Her descriptions of the events were so incredibly over the top. It didn't match with the testimony. Like up until then, right, her story was believable, at least in my mind, in day one, believable, sympathetic, understandable, and also kind of like, although it had problems with the evidentiary picture not squaring, I could kind of like look past it. And then today it just became way too much. It's just because what she was saying became so unsmoored to the evidentiary picture. And again, she's a famous woman. She's she's following around one of the most famous men on earth. She's probably never alone. There's always staff around somewhere, nurses, bodyguards, people, photographers, and no one else is getting this stuff to the degree that she's trying to reflect this. This Amica cream is truly the best product ever known to man. That is the only possible conclusion. Either that or she's a liar.
I'm gonna buy stock.
Yeah, and she just happens to be taking the pictures of the novel bruises, but not the major bruises. Right? Yeah. Here's a little bruise on my arm, but my face is all beat up. He threw me around, dragged me around glass.
Here's a picture of the wall.
To be seen. Yeah, but not a picture of her to be seen. It's like, really?
Mm-hmm. It is literally, in the literal sense of the word, incredible.
Yeah.
1999 from Knowlers 2.0. What's up with AH making that Kate Moss and Stairs comment in her testimony? Not sure. Might come back to bite her in the ass.
She's making a reference to previous domestic assault allegation against Johnny.
Yeah. So now at least they can bring that up on rebuttal if they want to. Or bring it up. There's a lot of ways for them to bring it up. JT 499. Being famous seems like hell on earth after watching all this stuff. I tend to agree. I never really wanted fame, and I still don't really want fame. I want other things, and fame is sort of a side. To the extent I have fame, fame is a side consequence of what I want. Right? It's not what I want.
Yeah,
and I think there's a lot of actors who are like this. I think there's actors who are both ways. I think there are people whose first and foremost their motivation is fame, and towards that end, they become actors, politicians, music stars, and so forth and so on. And I think there's also the other category. I think there's people that want to be musicians, actors, or politicians, and so they don't particularly desire to be famous. And I think there's even, I mean, there's many stars who are very camera shy, and don't really talk to the press, and would prefer that you just watch them in their works and otherwise leave them the hell alone.
I would love to have Johnny Depp's money and live on an island and nobody knows who I am.
Yeah.
Like, you know, and I realize that's weird because I do the YouTube videos and all of that, but I like the YouTube stuff because I get to come out and talk about law, and on my videos teach law. And
see, that's what I like.
Yeah, and I really enjoy doing that. And you know, the people recognizing you is occasionally a sort of consequence of that. But it's not what I'm in. Like, it's not what I'm interested in. It's not sort of, yeah.
I think being followed around by the paparazzi all the time would make me hate my life. $10 from, I would get one of those 3M reflective materials, make a mask out of it or something, and so they couldn't take photographs of me at least. Arlie and go ahead.
No, I was asking, have you been recognized on the street yet?
Yes, once in Austin and once in South Carolina. It was such a hilarious thing. I was with my brother visiting him, and I was just at this bar at South Carolina, and someone actually recognized me from my YouTube channel. In the middle of this bar in South Carolina, I was like, okay, this is a thing. So yes, it happened once in the middle of nowhere. I was like, okay.
With me, it's once in a supermarket, but much more commonly because my channel, like, it's super focused, or at least the interest is super focused on a very narrow community in Canada, which is the gun community. And because I'm also a gun owner, it means that when I go to the range, there's probably somebody going, you know, are you? And it's like, yeah, I am. So when I go to gun stores,
you're real.
Yeah, when I go to gun stores, I get recognized. And I mean, nobody's a jerk about it. I haven't had any. Actually, that's not. I did have one guy who was a bit of a problem, but only because he wasn't thinking. I'm on the line at the gun range, like, shooting, and this guy comes running up and he's waving his arms and he's going, hey, hey. And of course, when you're at the gun range and somebody comes running towards you waving his arms, your first thought is, holy crap, safety issue.
Yep.
So I immediately drop the mag, clear the gun, set it down. I'm like stepping away because I'm wondering, like, is there somebody downrange that I didn't see and that didn't? And, I'm freaking out. And this guy comes up and he's like, hey, you're Uncle of the Bailey. And I was like, sort of like, I just had this moment of terror because I was worried that there was somebody downrange, like, in fear for their life. And I was just like, you couldn't have just walked up and said hi?
Man, yeah, that sounds intense. $10 from Arian Fowler. She documents so much, so it doesn't line up. She doesn't have photos, videos of the more extreme allegations. The photos she has doesn't sell her narrative. Yep. It
would honestly be way better if she didn't have a single photograph.
Yeah. It'd be better if she didn't have any photographs. I just never took photographs. I was ashamed. The absence of evidence would be a lot more helpful than the bullshit she has now. You're right.
Yeah, because it's a weird question of how does she take pictures of everything except the stuff she needs to take pictures of.
No, but hold on. But she did put those pictures in evidence. Those last pictures, because you show her nose is bruised up and everything, and she made mention. And then
the photos were less than overwhelming.
But then they tried to talk around it by saying the next night, the whole super makeup team and all that stuff. So I'm hoping they have the makeup team come on. But I think that's going to be a make or break issue for her. If she really was beat up the day before that, and she went on that show the next day, that's got to be seen, because if they feel that she's lying about that, I think she loses her case, because then you can't believe anything. because she's put that out there.
Yeah. Kaylee Marie, $2. Is it possible some witnesses signed NDAs? Yes, but an NDA will not protect you from formalized legal processes because an NDA is a contract. It's an agreement to keep things secret. And of course, all contracts are issues of law, like what they can be and what they can't be. And obviously, the law doesn't allow for you to sign an NDA that would allow you to escape the legal process. So an NDA can protect you from disclosing generally, but if you got a court order, no NDA is going to prevent you, and they can't like violate your NDA because you didn't violate the NDA. You're complying with the law. So
otherwise, every drug dealer would, have a series of deals with their suppliers with an NDA.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, you want to buy some heroin? Well, first I need you to sign this NDA. And if you're an undercover officer, then you can't, testify because you sign. Like, obviously not, right? So,
yeah.
It would really
where is Nate's face? That's
contract.
a good question. Someone asked in chat, where is Nate's face? They love
Yeah,
to see your face.
why can't that go? What's it called? Avatar sometimes. I like to go Avatar.
Okay, I mean,
$5
$5
to
for
pressure
Mr.
me and show my face. No.
Your avatar is beautiful, Nate.
Freedom.
Mr. Skull gives $5 and says, "Tag me, baby. Tag me. You have been tagged, sir." €5 from Justice for Johnny. There's footage of Heard 4 days after the alleged incident doing ballet with a partner.
Oh, you got
barefoot and injury free.
Yeah, I'll show you guys that. That's hilarious.
That is disturbingly hilarious. This testimony doesn't seem to be squaring up with what we might consider the objective evidence. The things you're doing don't seem to square really that well with
These Justice for Johnny Depp people, they are insane. They have pictures.
They're a little insane. I'll give you that for sure.
They have pictures of her like the next day.
They are a little
later.
insane. They're a little insane. They definitely are not the most neutral of observers.
But I want them on my team, though.
They're a little cray. But it looks like they might be right in the end. So they got something going for them.
There's a few people out there whose research skills, I'm just like, you should apply at a law firm. Because if you could pull this stuff up like in 30 seconds, I'm just like,
yeah. What are your research bona fides?
You'd be
I'm a YouTuber.
An excellent second chair.
Yeah, no joke, right? Yeah, absolutely. Find me the thing.
Yeah. Democrats are hollering about this abortion thing.
Oh no, not again.
Yeah, they should have known it wasn't long for this world after the third one was put in. So
they got to issue that decision sooner than later now.
Yeah, but they're probably freaking out in the background now. Like, my God, what the hell are we gonna do?
Yeah. $6.99 from Canada. JB Flotsam, Uncivil and Runkle, Naval Arc Engineer here from NS Canada with an interest in IP law. Any way to be involved without going to law school? Well, at least in the US, yes. As long as you have a technical undergrad, you can be a patent agent. And you can do everything a patent lawyer can do as long as you're within the confines of the patent office. So I would imagine, without knowing for sure, that something similar is available in Canada too.
Well, I don't know about patent agents. I think that there's a I don't do IP stuff, so unfortunately that's something I've avoided. But the other thing is that like patent law firms hire technical experts, and there's plenty of people who are just to make a pretty good living doing like expert evidence for those firms.
Bruno gives 20 Canadian dollars. Amber's inconsistent. Her reactions are all over. Eyes always scanning the room. Reactions are up, down, up, down. Hard to give her credit. Her emotions don't seem genuine. A trauma victim won't switch from crying to analyzing. See, this is where I kind of get off the train because I don't know how to distinguish these things from real things because, like, the problem is there's no rules, right? So, like, a trauma victim probably could act this way. I don't know. And so, like, I don't know how to distinguish what's real from what's not. But I don't have to, fortunately. I can believe every word Amber is saying, and then I can also look at the evidence, and I'm like, I believe every word Amber is saying, but I'm also looking at the evidence, the pictures, and the photographs, and the lack thereof, and I'm like, these two things don't seem to gel in the same universe. So if I believe every word Amber's saying, and I also believe the objective evidence, one of them's got to go. Which of them do I think is going to go? Well, since there seems to be so much of the objective evidence, I think objective evidence is the winner. So that's kind of how it processes in my mind, but that's me in Mr. Analytical World. Sophia Petrillo gives $9.99. When Nate said, I'm going to need to put condom on this for this cross. After the therapist testimony, I died. You guys are my ESPTN, so entertaining. Love you guys. Thanks. Jizz in my pants. I get so excited when you get right up next to me. It's like we're having sex with you holding hands with me. You say I'm premature, I just call it ecstasy. I wear a rubber at all times, it's a necessity. Dr. Spoon, $5. Has someone ever factored in that Amber may not have a healthy diet, which could affect her skin condition? I would think. I would think that could definitely be a thing for sure. All right.
Too much wine.
Leaf travels with Hugin and Moonin. $5.
Hugin and Munin, I think.
Munin.
That is a Norse mythology reference. So I'm guessing Leaf is probably Norse or Scandinavian at least, but those are the ravens that sit on or that are associated with Odin.
Each side gets 60 hours. Defenses use 36 hours. Playing 35 hours as today. Also, the start time will change to 9 a.m. Eastern and may go to 5:30. Yes, in a week's time, we have extended edition legal stuff for you. So Legal Bites gets even less sleep than she did before. Karen Burke gives Canadian $10. Did Amber choose her outfit today from Laura Ingalls' Little House on the Prairie line or the Mennonite Women Today Spring Light? See, I said Mennonite. I said that during the trial. That's what it reminded me of. Her pearl clutching holier than thou persona fits the look. I appreciate that very much. Yes. All right. Natasha Albert gives $5 Canadian. With Turd Head mentioning Kate Moss, will that open the door for Johnny's ex to testify? Looks that way. That seems to be the scuttlebutt around the water cooler. $1.99 from Fluffy Unicorn, but can he win if they prove that he just abused once? See, this is like technically yes, but then it's like the question what the jury is trying to solve, and credibility is so much before the jury. So, like, if I mean on a technical, see, this is a problem with her presentation, in my view, right? She has framed this wrong in her testimony. If she had come with a softer explanation, right, she would be able to do this, right? Because one of the questions might be, what is domestic abuse? What does that mean? Right. And so the cross-examination we saw when Johnny Depp's witnesses were on the side and the opening argument sought to expand out that definition. We got in the idea that, mere words can be sufficient to be abusive. Right. And so, like, if we had stuck within this wider framework, then that would have been one thing. But to my mind, at least, Amber Heard did real damage to her legal claim today because she has now said, no, all this stuff, all this physical stuff, and very violent physical stuff. So she is, to my mind, radically narrowed the meaning of domestic abuse to mean this really, really violent stuff. So maybe if they can prove one of those, maybe. But then there's also the side question of, like, if she just tells too many lies, the jury will disbelieve him, right? So it's like, the jury can believe a witness in whole or part. So technically speaking, they can believe that she's telling the truth about one thing and lying about other things. But as a practical matter, it's a lot harder. So, Vasco Marquez gives €5. She remembers the specific bottle that penetrated her, but bottle on table with liquid inside, no blood or any other visible the day after. Apparently, that's also suspicious. Team Megabytes.
See, I understand a lot of people.
Earlier. Thank you again.
Yeah, I think you got this one earlier. I think a lot of people fail to realize when you're looking at these events or her description of events, you're first trying to see if they make sense, just as a common person, right? As somebody who's not an expert in physics or whatever like that, right? So you're just saying, does this just make sense to a normal person? And second, then you'll say, well, what evidence or what corroboration do they have for these statements? Police statements, other people, contemporaneous notes, and that type of stuff. And that's one thing that they were trying to do today. They were trying to show that she had contemporaneously told other people that she was being that she had been assaulted. But the problem is you heard today, you heard a lot of hearsay objections because there's a little quirk in the hearsay rule.
Mm-hmm.
When she's out, her out of court statements that are being offered for the truth are also hearsay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, who can offer her out of court statements is Johnny Depp.
Mm-hmm.
He can offer her out of court statements as party opponent admissions,
Mm-hmm.
but she can't offer her own out of court statements as party opponent admissions. So they're technically hearsay. When she said, "I said this to this person," and she's offering for the truth of the matter asserted, that's a hearsay statement referring to a statement she made outside of court. So that's kind of how she kept getting caught up today when they kept saying hearsay. Objection, hearsay. She's not offering it for the truth. Objection, hearsay, because she kept wanting to explain to us how she told this other person, So
Mhm.
that's kind of why even now, I think at the end, one thing Amber is, and I think Kurt said it beautifully, one thing Amber is also trying to place the narrative, and instead of just admitting to her own faults, she's trying to just shift blame. And I think that's the bad legal strategy, because in a case you can win by just having people believe one event. By exaggerating all these other events, it makes it less likely for them to believe one event. So now I
Absolutely.
got to take the whole basket instead of just believing one instant. So, for instance, I don't have to believe the stuff that happened. I don't have to believe the stuff that happened in Australia or wherever. I just have to believe one incident. And she's made it even hard for me to do that because I feel like now if I believe even one incident, I got to believe all that other craziness she was talking about. And it's so hard for me to make that leap. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. 20 Canadian dollars from Bruno. The only thing we're missing is that the jury is smart or not. They're the average person off the street. So, that's what our system is based off of. Claudia Pimentel, $9.99. Week ending. Those photos are bad when you think of broken nose. Yep, I agree. Savannah Rogers, $1.99. Didn't know Johnny Depp interviewed. Of course, I knew him. Thank you for the super chat. Natalia R gives $10. Isn't it strange that Amber Heard described herself as being the one constantly trying to run away and never JD, despite what she said on audio that's already being played to jury? Yeah, a lot of her behavior is really, really strange if she's the victim of domestic violence.
But
yeah.
But we should also be fair too. Johnny's behavior is strange also. You know what I'm saying? I want people to also understand we're trying to be fair here in our analysis. Text messaging someone you want to kill your wife and to sleep with the dead body doesn't go a long way to make me think you weren't, getting a little crazy with it. You know what I mean? Like there's enough there where I think Amber Heard can make an argument that there is some smoke here for abuse. I don't think she's made that argument, but I think there's enough here where you can say, like, some of the stuff he was doing and saying was a little kind of crazy, especially that video of him, breaking up the house with the cabinets and the refrigerator, like that's scary stuff. I don't know if that's scary stuff, especially if kids look at their father doing that. He just comes home and starts smashing things around. That's. So don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that's going to win. But what I'm saying is that I think there's fertile ground here for her to make a good argument, and I just think that they're overplaying their hand. This is a classic case of overplaying your hand.
Megan Isn't Missing gives $35.90 in a currency I'm not quite sure what that is. Man, I just wish it wouldn't be bipolar disorder she gets diagnosed with. This is the most stigmatized personality disorder by far. Most cluster Bs are. We aren't all Amber Heard, I swear.
And that's the thing, is that most people dealing with this stuff are struggling and, suffering and so forth. It's the people who are the farthest ends of the thing that really get the
the bots are back. I hate the damn bots.
That really get all the attention.
Yeah.
This stream must be moving if you get bots coming in now.
The bots are, but they got my mods are on it. Thanks, mods. It's appreciated. I'm going to switch over to subscriber only, just to but I'll make it a 0 thing because the bots never subscribe. So how do I do that within StreamYard? Let me see. I don't know. Damn. All right.
Now you can just do it through your backend on YouTube. It's easy to do.
Yeah, hold on.
Go to the stream details and right there.
Yeah. And apparently this video is not being monetized for some
But
reason.
I'm also the one thing though about the Kate Moss situation. I would suspect that they would want to stay away from that because let's say they do bring that in and get that in somehow. That does open her up to getting her stuff put in because then it would only be fair. So it's kind of like I don't know if they really want to walk that line because I don't think Johnny definitely didn't open the door for any domestic violence past, and I didn't even know he had it. But so supposedly, has he been arrested or anything like that? Because I thought his record was clean.
No, I don't know.
I don't know the details.
$5 from Raza Luigi 01. As a kid, cartridge in my nose was crooked. Doc had to break, fix, then put plastic studs in each nostril for a month so it healed straight. Yeah, I mean, breaking your nose is kind of a big deal. Richard Freeman gave $5. Kurt, you're the only locals I paid for. I'm broke, so I gotta set priorities. You're really good at this. Never thought I'd watch 90-minute legal documents. Well, thank you. I really do enjoy teaching, and I'm glad that I have such an audience to teach you. It's like better than being a law professor. I have so many more people to teach to. It's great.
That's true.
Natasha Albert gives $5 Canadian. I'm in Canada. My ex tried to cut my throat while my then 7-year-old son watched. My son saved my life. My ex got a peace bond. That sounds horrific. I'm glad that you're okay. I don't know what to say to that other than I'm glad you're okay. And if you are being harmed, get help.
It's interesting what you just said about teaching more, be able to reach more people.
Yeah.
Here on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like from if you think about a college professor, even if no matter what, you get 30, maybe 100, 200 kids sometimes in a class. If you do it over 20 years, you maybe get 4,000, right? 8, maybe 10,000. One video, you can reach that many people here with one video.
Yeah, no joke.
Yeah.
I have 60,000 people. That's an entire damn college, let alone a law school.
I posted a video earlier today, 2,640 views. There's no way I could reach that teaching a class.
Yeah.
It's a curie. It's a wonderful thing. TH gives New Zealand $5. Amber Heard's testimony sounds just like Curry indicated. If jury believe borderline personality disorder, does it factor into malice considerations? Are not allowed to be used as an excuse. It's not allowed to be used as an excuse.
It's not allowed to be used. Yeah.
This beautiful journey, end of life doula gives $5. Thanks for the great content, guys. What do you think about Camille Vasquez tonight? I thought she rocked. She was on her game today. Yep. She was doing what a lawyer should do, and she was doing it very, very well.
Straight fire today, boy.
Straight fire today. So she definitely won my respect, and
it was wonderful watching the other lawyer, Elaine, I think it is, complaining. I didn't even get a response yet. And it's like, well, that's the point of an objection.
Well, that's the point of the objection. So you don't get the response.
Really?
But she had them so screwed up. The judge is like, she's like, it's not my job. It's your job to keep the record straight. What is wrong with you?
She had a bad day today. She was having a rough one today. So I felt for her a little bit. She got whacked over the head by the judge. Reagan Whitaker gives $9.99. When the jury leaves the court, they accidentally can see what's going on in the news, right? It seems so easy to do. Yeah, they just can't go looking for it. If they see it, they should switch to the next thing, right? They should just skip past it. I don't know how you can stop it. Thanks for all your commentary. Love you guys. Yeah, I mean, the court isn't that strict, right? I mean, if something pops up on your feed, they just want you to look past it. They don't want you to look into it at all, right? Don't go looking for it and try to avoid it the best you can and hope for the rest, man.
Yeah.
T-Bone says gives $10. She referred to the island several times, and of course, one of the things that would come up to mind, Jeffrey's Lolita Island. I'm pretty sure her team made sure she emphasized that word.
Yeah. Because I started thinking that too. That's a good point. Like, so she kept saying the island. I started thinking about Epstein too.
Well, and the other thing is, it also, even if you didn't have the Epstein reference, it's just, it makes people annoyed. People don't like super wealth. So I don't know if it was an explicit Epstein thing, but maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. The bots are getting more creative, so I had to add another thing into my spam protection engine to prevent those things.
They're
It's annoying
subscribing
me.
now.
No. I'm just like for the future. The way I dealt with this is by putting. This is also the reason I have two different bots. I have Nightbot and Streamlabs, because Streamlabs doesn't do what I need it to do for the names, but Nightbot does, because Nightbot can ban people's messages by stuff, including their username. So because they always create new accounts, they're different accounts to YouTube, but they always use the same names, right? So I just go into the spam protection bot and I give them like the keyword, from the bot, and say just time them out for 10 minutes at a time, and that way, it automatically deletes them when they come in. So that's one of the reasons I have two bots, in case you wanted to know, is to deal with. The reason I have two bots is to deal with the spam problem. That's exactly why. Because Streamlabs doesn't do what I need to do. Okay, let's tar some more super chats. And okay, great. Keep reading. $4.99 from John F. Face. Did you find it odd that, speaking as a victim, heard used a lot of picked myself up, stood my ground references, auditioning for speaking gigs? I didn't really take any note of it personally, but things stood out to other people. Like, her testimony unto itself doesn't really stand out to me. What stands out to me is that she can't sell. She doesn't have receipts for what she's trying to sell. She's like, look at my brand new car, and it's a piece of shit on the side of the road. I'm like, if you try not to hype this up so much, the contrast wouldn't be as great. And
I do want to say I'm open to Amber Heard being vindicated, right? She still has 2 more days on the stand. They could bring out the witness, they could bring out the air stewardess, they can bring out the whatever, right, to confirm what she's saying is true. That's possible. But as of right now, there's no way I can say what she's telling me I can believe, because she's just not providing the evidence. She's not providing the corroboration for it. She's giving me the story. She just hasn't given me, like Kurt said, the receipts to back it up.
Absolutely. $4.99 from Coffee Crisp. When I worked as a DV shelter, a parent in a DV relationship would get sent to me for DV education, but didn't immediately get taken out of the home. Yeah, different states, I'm sure, handle it differently.
Yeah.
That might be somebody who's Canadian, just because Coffee Crisp is a candy bar up here.
Sounds awesome.
It is actually amazing.
I want Coffee Crisp in my life.
I can send you one.
Sweet. $10 from Peter Fasano. Peter Fasano. There we go. I cry at commercials, and I got a little bit teary-eyed in the beginning when they were talking about their love, but it just lost me fast. Why are the media still believing her lies? It's like the news is biased. It's a lot like that, yes.
Look at U.S. Soccer or Kyle Rittenhouse. You'll see how biased they are.
Really. Jennifer became a YouTube member. Everyone hitting that join button, your membership is appreciated. Belle Kloss gives $1.99 for a super sticker. Thank you very much. Jane Benjamin, $5. As a paramedic, the child has to be endangered. No home, no food, or obvious beating, or SA, but resources are scarce, so not at this time. Yeah, there is probably a lot more of it than anyone wants to acknowledge, and we're all stretched thin, and it's disturbing. Maybe here's a fun concept. How about this? Maybe just don't beat your family members, and don't throw things at them, and don't SA them. That would be good.
With the bold stance.
Yes. Radical. You radical.
Yeah, there's a contrarian stance for you today. I don't care who knows it. I'm against people beating their family members.
All right, time to cancel Kurt.
Yes, Kurt, you madman. You madman. Let me. I gotta forget, it's almost 11 o'clock here. I'm got to go to bed, guys. I will see you guys on the tomorrow.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Thank you very much. Thank you for stopping by for a while. I appreciate it.
I'll stick around a bit longer, and then I've got to make a video myself. But
yeah, I made a nice keto casserole thing for dinner, and I had some, and it was pretty fantastic. Brandon, let's go $100. Is there really any way in the heck that the lawyers, clients, jurors adhere to the rules this break? Even if not intentionally, how could they not look this stuff up? Also, the Michael Barrosi case was essentially jury nullification. It's the only way JD wins. Well, no, jury nullification is more of a concept in criminal law because of the beyond a reasonable doubt thing. I mean, you don't really need jury nullification. It doesn't really make sense here because of the standards that are applied. And in terms of like, is there any way that they stick to the rules? Yes. A lot of people take their oath very, very seriously. And yeah, they will try to avoid it. So as they're flipping channels, they might see, 3 seconds of a news broadcast, or as they're walking into a room during the break or something, but they'll do their best to avoid it. And that's all the law is looking for. And just do your best to try to avoid it. Don't talk about it. Don't seek it out. If you do run across it, pass by it and so forth and so on. So I think, that's the real answer.
I'm a lawyer. I'd have an easier time. Like, I'd take things seriously, although we're banned from being jurors where I am. But, if I was on a jury by some, whatever, and it was something like this, I'd probably stay off the internet just entirely. So
thank you very much. Crystal gave $50. Thank you for the generous super chat. Too many times CPS doesn't step in. This is true. There's a case on Netflix where many people around a child called cops, including the child, and they did nothing. Child's mother and husband, stepdad to be, they trapped, beat, and murdered the boy. Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult situation. It's the same problem. We don't want CPS to step in too early, and we don't want them to step in too late. We want them to be perfect, which is impossible. But if I was a parent and CPS showed up at my door, I'd be really pissed. Yep. Even though if they thought they were doing the right thing. So it's like, what do you really want? And it's difficult to ride that line. And so I feel for people who are in that, and I'm glad it's not me. I do not have the stones for it.
Oh, some of the stuff they see, I'm sure, is just horrific, right?
Yeah. Beth Callis, $4.99. If a child saw the abuse, then yes, they consider that dangerous. I'm sure it depends on the state, but thank you for what you offered. TV awesome. For defunct, $2. Nate, that 50 spot for those tears, weak, lol. Megan M, $4.99. No Amber Heard reaction at the end of trial was not authentic. Overplayed it like everything else. She was also slow in leaving the stand to coincide with walking. Perhaps. I will not speculate. Pen and Chisels, $49.99. Please, Kurt, in Amber Heard's voice. Okay. LawTube abused me. I don't remember everything, but I do remember thinking there are so many subscribers, and said, I don't believe her. I don't believe her. And it killed me. Let me know if you want some shop snark. Kurt Fan Club. I will happily take your shop snark. My address is in the description of my channel, as well as probably not in this description of this video, but in the description of most videos, it's also in the about page of my channel if you want to send me swag. So thank you very much. Okay, $5 from Rocca Stellar. Who gets to decide which jurors are picked for the verdict? It's done at random. Yeah. Assuming it wasn't done in advance and they didn't tell anybody, but either way, it's done at random. Richard Freeman. Richard Freeman became a new YouTube member. Thank you very much. E.E. Caroline, 99 cents for the super sticker. Thank you very much. Maria Limey, $4.99. Did you guys already talk about how her injury picks were supposedly from December 2015, but the calendar behind her says January 2015? I did not notice that. I'm sure someone noticed it, and they might bring it up on Cross because that's pretty hilarious. LES, $9.99. JD's testimony was uncomfortable for me for his vulnerability. I felt guilty for listening. Amber Heard was the opposite. I couldn't empathize. Some JD's testimony made him look bad, more authentic. She is Saint Amber.
Yeah.
I mean, that there's definitely a little bit that, Richard Freeman, $2. Just a reminder, Kurt's join is only 99 cents a month. That is true. It is literally the least YouTube will let me charge you to hit that join button and become a YouTube member. The reason is because I'm betting that YouTube looks at membership rates as some sort of sign for promotion of a channel. I don't know that for sure. It's just a guess, but I'm guessing. So I was like, well, if I set it at the lowest possible amount, so more people will join by percentage. Maybe that will do me some good. So this is the theory I'm working from. So it's literally the least YouTube will let me charge. Of course, you can pay more. There are other payment options, but it is appreciated for everyone who contributes.
The flip side is that they might just base it purely on income.
Yeah, I mean, who knows what the algorithm says? It's like I'm just making some bets,
Meanwhile, my hustle is so weak that I haven't even
Everyone. This is okay. Let me put this down so I can read it. Hold on.
I haven't
Hold
set
on.
up.
Everyone, this is Runkle the Bailey. He's from Canada. He does some great stuff. He's a firearms knowledgeable guy, firearms expert, great expert on Canadian law, fantastic videos, really fun. Go subscribe to Runkle the Bailey. Go check out his channel. He deserves all the love and attention that you guys can give him. And he is a valuable member of the YouTubes and the Law Tubes. And I'm happy and privileged to have him be part of my community. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you. It's I need to figure out, doing live streaming more often and like channel membership. Neither of those things I've actually set up in any real way. So
yeah. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm making it up as I go along. It's just guesses. Theresa Weldrath gave $1. Thank you very much. Can delete that one. Zach Friesch, $5. I woke up to Manson. The music. He wasn't physically there. It's my favorite trial quote so far. I laughed so hard, I nearly died. The whole Marilyn Manson thing is weird because again, maybe I'm just running in the wrong circles, but I really wasn't aware of these allegations against Marilyn Manson before the start of this trial.
Oh no, they've been a big thing.
So I guess I'm just not paying attention to the right things. I don't have a TV. I don't watch TV. I watch YouTube and Netflix. Well, not Netflix anymore because I unsubbed. I watch movies and stuff like that. And, so I'm just running in the wrong circles, I guess. I just know Marilyn Manson from his controversy from 20 years ago or whatever it is at this point. Right-wing extremist, $5. Amber Heard was supposedly sending those pics to others. You think a simple MD5 hash check would be enough on those images, but they didn't turn the information over. That's the problem. They didn't produce it. Like MD5 hash would be another example of metadata. A hash, I could explain in technical detail. We don't need to know, but it's a way of authenticating a computer file because every computer file can only have one possible hash, and it's the same every time, but it will never be repeated to any other file.
That's not necessarily true. You can get collisions.
If you're using any decent hash algorithm.
Which I don't think I think MD5 still has the theoretical problem of collisions, but I'm not certain on that.
Fair enough. John Grainville, Canadian, $10. Yes, the Deuter's text was rightfully denied for hearsay. Just curious on people's knowledge of the UK. Since I heard it mentioned on Legal Bites. Team Nobody, for the record, just trying to figure this out. I know a little bit about the UK. I know about how it's constituted, and I know about its governmental system, although it's slightly confusing to me. And although I think it's slightly confusing to the people who live there, to be honest.
I mean, what I know about the UK is that this thing is apparently banned in the UK because it locks open.
Rob is asking for the link. I posted it in the group chat. Is Rob not part of the group chat for LawTube? I posted it in the group chat for LawTube. Rob, I don't know how to text it to you. Ian, can you text it to Rob?
If Rob sends me a DM on Twitter.
Great. We're working on it, Rob. Pollyanna gave $6 Canadian. I only went to the hospital when it had just been over a week, and I was not healing, and something was very clearly wrong, and I had no choice. I mean, that is true. But, I mean, given the kind of injuries she was talking about, I'm less convinced of that here. But what is LawTube? That's a great question. LawTube is a very loose alliance of people who are talking about the law on the YouTubes. That's it. We have a group on Twitter where we send DMs to each other. There's maybe 20 of us in the group at this point, something like that. And basically it's a very loose alliance. We are all independent actors, but we all send each other messages to invite people over to things and, talk about what content we might be covering and stuff if people are interested. But that's what LawTube is. It's a loose affiliation of people. Honor Mendai gave $4.99. Thank you very much. Julie O, $4.99. Amica cream got rid of my third nipple. Outstanding. Jane Benjamin, $5. I think you all put too much into mandatory reporting. We first responders would rather give the victim support than report them and help them report. I have my own issues with mandatory reporting laws. I am not convinced that they don't do more harm than good in balance. But that's a personal opinion.
I see a lot of people who end up with domestic violence reported who wish it had never been, because our court system is really bad at making anybody happy.
It's true of most court systems, I guess. If no one's happy, that's always a good standard. If no one's happy, the judge is probably doing something right?
Yeah, and I mean, if you want to maintain the relationship, which a lot of people do, and sometimes the violence is a one-off, then it becomes really problematic because the court will get in the way of that.
V0216 gives $20 and has a very interesting profile picture. Thanks for the laughs. Definitely need the humor after that testimony. Woof. So uncomfortable. True or untrue? Yikes. Yeah. Mr. RN, $10. Why didn't Amber utilize a concierge doctor to check her out? Outstanding question, since she had a concierge nurse who basically followed her around like a puppy dog. They carry ultrasound and have access to x-ray, and Amber had access to unlimited funds. Nose, vag damage, back, feet. Actors need their face. These, among other things, are very good questions.
Yeah.
If she was really beat up this hard and her career is her face, this among many questions is, really, really a good question that doesn't have good answers.
Hopefully she's going to get asked that question repeatedly and pointedly.
Yeah. Your Honor, 669. He yelled, This is Johnny Depp country before he dumped his mega pint on me. Thank you very much. $5 from Ben Kasperian. So, Kurt, looks like you didn't prep your defense team well today. What the hell happened? You had them prepped so well for yesterday. I do my best, but they don't listen to me, and it's to their detriment. I can only lead them to water. I can't make them drink. It's very disappointing. But, we learn these things the hard way sometimes. Thank you for your super chat. $4.99 from Tiffany Bryant. A lot of states have CPS policies where if a child is exposed to DV, CPS can get involved. Interesting. Thank you for letting me know. Medic, $4.99. As the lead, why wouldn't Ben Chu not take cross on the most important witness? For optics reasons, would be the most obvious. Because a woman has more flexibility in terms of what she can do. A woman can go harder on her if they want to. I don't think that's going to be Vasquez's starting position. But if she needs to get nasty, she can get much more nasty than Ben is because, optics. It may be sexist, but, people can be sexist. And, if you say, well, that's sexist, I'm like, well, it's reality.
Yep.
People, it's reality. So what do you want from me? To not acknowledge reality? $5 from right-wing extremists. Refuse to believe Amber Heard, who dreams of being a AAA list actress. Didn't go to world-class surgery except for an opinion on a broken nose. Yep.
I mean, I am not in Amber Heard's, earning capacity, but like if I thought I had a broken nose, I'd go to a hospital.
With your guys' memberships and super chat contributions, I too will soon be in Amber Heard's earning capacity. So, any day now from you guys, and it is appreciated. There's some people on YouTube who are within her class. There are a couple people floating around with those kinds of numbers.
Fair enough.
E.E. Caroline, $2. Triumph Insult Comic Dog testifies as poop expert. I love it. I love it very much. $1.99 from Bethany Reed. Still hope Shu does cross. No, that seems impossible. Because the standard rule is the same, is one witness, one attorney. So the person doing the objections is going to be the person doing cross. That is the overwhelmingly standard rule. Z Seltzer, $5. I think she's lying because all good ones come with a kernel of truth. I think some of the he says are really what he said. Keep up the good work. Yeah, I'm sure some of it's true. Like there's elements to build a story off of. But, the problem is she's making claims that she can't back up. And so like, I'm just like, well, you know, you've brought your entire credibility into question because you're making these accusations that can't be bared out. And one would think in your case in particular, they would be bared out for all the reasons I've sort of illustrated. So like, I'm not really particularly inclined to believe anything because of the position she's put herself in through her own words. It's like I believe everything you say, but because of what you say, it contradicts other things you say, and now I can't believe anything you say, right? It's like that's the logical path. It's like premise, I believe everything you say. Premise, all the evidence is good. Premise, all the evidence contradicts. Conclusion, can't believe anything you say. It's like, you know, so it's like it's something like that. Vinnet Dave, $1.99. Love your analysis. Keep up the good work. I will. Thank you very much, as always. All right. Sierra Callahan, $10. Originality is nothing but judicious imitation. Voltaire. A.H. paraphrasing is less concerning than her inconsistencies. Host, what are 2 headlines takeaways you have from the Amber Heard testimony thus far? She is writing checks her ass can't cash.
Yeah, overpromising, under-delivering, and it's so over-dramatic. Usually, like, that's something you see when people are making stuff up, is they usually overdo it.
Mm-hmm.
Reality is often way more boring than people think it is in terms of, like, what domestic violence looks like.
Absolutely. Mr. R gives $5. Why did Amber just donate funds to ACLU but not Children's Hospital? Why do you think? Should that come up? Will this come up in cross? I'm sure it will come up one way or another, her contributions or lack thereof to the Children's Hospital. Diana Rossini gives $5 super sticker. Thank you. Penn and Charles Chisels. Donation for Kurt's karaoke lessons. What do you mean for me in order to teach others? I appreciate you, offering money towards my business enterprise of offering karaoke lessons. I didn't know how, I wanted to do that. But, with your super chat contribution, Kurt's karaoke store will be opening any day now in a city near you. Diana,
I think your karaoke lessons need to operate on the same model as the people keep telling me I should set up an OnlyFans. Mm-hmm. And I say I will as soon as OnlyFans sets up a model where people have to pay to not get my content, and because then I'd be rich. Same with your karaoke. If people can pay to not get that, then you'll be
well. I know that comes from a place of love because we only roast the ones we love. So I appreciate your not literal deprecating humor. Thank you. $20 from Diana Rossini. If they can prove her to be a liar, how can she receive no legal ramifications? You rock. Yeah, that's the hard part. How do you prove it? And how do you prove that she's a liar? And that's the challenging part of that question. Nate, not Newsom, because you can't. The problem is obviously none of her evidence lines up, which makes her non-credible.
Yeah.
But technically speaking, like how do you prove that she's lying? It's like to beyond a reasonable doubt standard. It's like it's not a trivial proposition. Nate Newsom, $5. Thanks for the excellent analysis. Been really enjoying your content. Go Tigers. Yes, go Clemson, the best university anywhere. $4.99 from Bungle Bush. Notice how they didn't stop taking a break when Amber Heard was breaking down. When Kyle Rittenhouse was breaking down, they took a break because Kyle's was real.
Yeah, and I mean, usually you take a break when somebody's becoming unable to testify. But, she was never getting there because, of course, the emotion, I mean, my read on it, I can't say for certain, but my read is that her emotionality was bullshit. But
absolutely. $2 from Michael Young. Lean into, we're both bad, but he did stuff. I mean, that's what she should have been doing. But unfortunately, that's not what she did today. And she really screwed her case as a result.
I thought her trial strategy was going to be, listen, he did some stuff too. I might have even been the worst person, but he did some stuff too. And, that meets the definition of abuse. And I wasn't lying about that. And, I think that would have been a much stronger case. And I kind of think she surprised her lawyers with that too. But I don't know. I mean, this is so extreme, the allegations here, that like either a jury believes her or they're going to be real pissed.
Absolutely. Muffins and Mega Pints gives $2. Off topic. Could the Supreme Court have leaked the draft? This would be referring to the abortion case. Not a chance in this world. It came from an authorized person, and it's got to be a clerk. Nothing else makes any sense to my mind. It has to be one of the clerks. So it's a short list of people. It's like, I don't know, what's about maybe 35 or so people it could be. It's a short list. So someone's getting disbarred is what I think is going to happen. Richard Freeman, $2. Nate, this is Uncivil Country. Thank you very much for the super chat.
You need Nate to do that. He does it better than anyone.
I know, but in his absence, I'll do the best I can.
You do a pretty good job, I gotta say.
Thank you. Backing 98, $9.99. The stylist and makeup artist testimonies, December 15th testimony, are going to contradict each other. The makeup artist was biased toward AH. The other doesn't seem biased. Will still hurt JD. Now, I wonder what your basis for saying she's biased towards AH and the other doesn't seem biased. Because I have a sneaking suspicion, although I could be wrong, the reason that you think that she's biased towards AH is because she's offering testimony in favor of AH. And the other isn't biased because she's just offering testimony to JD. See, I don't like this definition of bias very much.
That's a big assumption.
It's a big assumption, right? I don't, this is like when people accuse me of being biased because I, analyze the situation and say it's one way or another. Like, well, you must be biased. I'm like, no, I'm just assessing the situation, the facts, and here's my conclusions, and I'm showing the support. It's like, oh, you must be in the tank for so-and-so or so-and-so. It's like, no. So I don't really like this question because you could easily say the makeup artist doesn't seem biased. The other seems biased to Johnny Depp. So what is the basis for saying what you're saying other than they're saying what, you think is true? I don't know. So I take a little bit of objection to the framing as a result. All right. Carrie Smith, $4.99. Will JD be allowed on stand for rebuttal? Sure. Bar pick with 2 broken bottles new from Ben. If so, confirms JD's story of how, where the finger was cut off. Could be. Thank you very much. Julie O, $4.99. He controlled her movie roles. She filmed Magic Mike in 2014. So that's a good one. 20 Canadian dollars. Jessica Haskett. JD apparently pushed Kate Moss down the stairs. Lies. Yeah. $4.99 from Beanbag Chair. I think her lawyers tried to prep her for an airtight defense, but she got so caught up in her performance she just went off the rails. I'm sure her lawyers tried to prep her, but the client is the client, and you can't control what happens once they start testifying.
The video I'm going to record tonight and I'm going to post tomorrow is I caught a moment when I'm sure she told her lawyers a story that's different than what she said on the stand. Mm-hmm. And I'll give Elaine tremendous credit. She did a really good job at hustling on from it as fast as she could. But it's a little moment that only happens if she told her lawyers a different story. And I'm going to talk about it in a video. It's I got to find the precise moment and sort of go into it in some detail, but I think it's spicy.
Absolutely. Penn Chisels, $1.99. Hit it, Kurt. Walking on Broken Glass. Annie Lennox. Yeah, I appreciate your donation towards my previous singing. Thank you very much. Jess B, $5. The arm bruise picture shows Amber Heard with dark brown hair, which she hasn't had since 2009. Also, the iPhone she's holding was discontinued in 2010. Maybe she uses an old iPhone.
Yeah, people do that. I use my phones right up until they crap out.
I mean, $2 from Mr. Tim Beatty. How much abuse sustains trooping up Ed? It's a question of fact for the jury. It's a question of fact for the jury. What does that mean? And what comprises that? That's the question. So, is mere verbal enough? Is even like one, if you could even prove that he did one instance where he like hit her, does that necessarily qualify as abuse? Would be a question a jury could ask themselves.
Yeah.
Like, what does that mean? Does domestic abuse imply a pattern of conduct? Is one event enough to be domestic abuse? I mean, these are questions a jury could ask themselves. So it just depends on their perceptions of the thing. Mr. RN, $5. AH is basic. She spits on Johnny, her assistant, screams at waiters. What other evidence is there for being basic? I don't know. She's interesting. Ooh, Emily is on. I'm gonna text her real back and see if she wants to join. Hold on a second.
I'm trying to send Rob the link. I don't know if it went through.
Okay.
And yes, Emily is fantastic. Especially because she also has attention deficit, which,
Okay. Rob is in the channel.
Excellent.
Hello, Lumber Rob.
Yeah. So the pen and chisels, that's me. I wanted you to sing "Walking on Broken Glass." I need to hear it.
Like I'm walking on broken glass. Da, 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 da. I'm here to help.
Exactly. Thank you.
I want to know what love is.
Oh God, can we just get it? Can we get a separate
you
channel?
To show me. I want to feel what love is. I want you to know me.
Everyone in the chat, send a super chat so that Kurt makes a karaoke channel.
Yes. Yes. No auto tuning for me because I'm already perfect.
Yes.
Do you have any thoughts you'd like to share about the testimony before I resume super chat time?
I believed her about as much as I believed that my planer would start working again.
Mm-hmm.
Go on.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was just the juxtaposition of what she's saying happened versus the evidence that's available. She's making representations that she just can't cash. This is what does it for me.
You can't inflate what you experienced. And then, I mean, you guys said it earlier. I got beaten, smashed, battered. He was pounding, and then all of a sudden you throw a photo up, and it looks like a sty that she had on her eye the day before.
Mm-hmm. Mitova is calling you out, Rob, at Uncivil Law. Remind Rob he promised us yesterday on Legal Bites. He tells tomorrow, so today, what he was building.
No, I did. I told you guys. I'm building. I have to make 13 posts and over 60 feet of handrail for a friend of mine from law school.
Okay, cool. That's a lot.
Yes, it is. And the fact that stupid thing isn't working right now makes me very, very mad.
Well, hopefully you get it repaired. $2 from Brooke Ellen, the Lonely Island reference. Loving it. Thank you. Karen Hughes, $10. Heard reference of Amber Heard. Apologize. That was a mistake. Karen Hughes, $10. Heard reference of Amber Heard posing for her PR team to take a photo of her crying on the stand. Didn't believe it until I went back and watched the replay. Oh my God, so staged. Have you seen it? I haven't seen it, but I've heard about it. And yeah, it's disturbing as hell.
Yeah. I saw it. It's hard to tell. I mean, it might be an innocent thing, but it looks real bad.
You know what looks worse, though, is when she has that breakdown and pauses and scans the jury as she's having the breakdown.
Yeah. Which is the worst thing. Like, that's just such a stunning moment of like, really? because
Yeah.
people actually having a breakdown don't do that.
Nope.
No, not really. American Legend, $4.99. That's Kurt in the corner. That's Kurt in the spotlight. Law tubing forever. Thank you very much. Matthew E, Canadian $10. Can you please talk about the 40 plus people that are to come after her? There's 70 on their list. Yeah, no, not all these people are coming.
Yeah, they're not going to get.
That's just the possible witness list. They don't have time for it, so that's not happening. Oh, here's another one. Richard Freeman, $5. We can law if we want to. We can leave the judge behind because your friends don't law, and if they don't law the other, no friends of mine. CEERT certiorari dance.
I'm gonna need that certiorari thing like as a clip. Like you need to put that.
Rob, if you make a channel where you're like explaining legal topics as you do woodwork, I will watch the hell out of that.
What I want is I want Kurt to do like the certiorari. I want that chant. I want that to be his intro to every single video he puts out.
I appreciate you looking out for my best interest, Rob. Jay Watt, $2, tweeted you. AH may have done a bump on the stand. You think so?
No chance.
Phoenix, and she sort of like does a sniff with it, and it's unclear. I mean, it could be, but I doubt it.
She's doing cocaine on the stand. That would be hilarious.
There's no freaking way. But if that is the case, and there's like TMZ or someone gets a shot of it, good night.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these big if true things, which means false.
Yeah.
$4.99 from Bailey Allison Dubs. Here from Legal Bite. First video. Subscribe. Nate is awesome. Nate is, in fact, awesome. I recommend him as well. $2 from Jay Watt. What's the Kate Moss thing? Yeah, there's an allegation that Johnny Depp had abused Kate Moss. So her mentioning Kate Moss may open the door to talking about prior allegations or lack thereof in both Kate Moss and perhaps other relationships. So, fun times. Someone wants to know what kind of firearms you shoot.
I shoot all sorts of things. So I am going to be going off. I'm going to be borrowing a pistol caliber carbine. I don't have the full details on it, but it's a lot flying over to the, flying to the States with a firearm.
Yeah.
So I'll just be using somebody else's gun while I'm there. But in terms of out here, I mean, I enjoy shooting shotgun. I enjoy handgun. I enjoy, rifle, long distance. You name it. I like shooting it. So,
yeah.
And when people ask me, "Oh, do you have a gun?" I'm like, "No, a gun? Come on, that's rookie numbers." So I'm at the point where
I'm on every list in Canada, man.
You would be surprised because I also have permits that allow me to play around with explosives in some circumstances, which, I'm sure I'm on all the lists. So I'm actually going to be doing fireworks for the Canada Day show. So,
that's cool. I didn't know you were that good. That's awesome.
Well, I'm like, one of the assistant helper monkeys, but I'm allowed to be a helper monkey with explosives that could totally turn me into like tiny fragments. So
excellent.
Yeah.
Please try not to do that. TH gives $5 New Zealand dollars. AH raised KM stairs rumor in UK trial. Came for nowhere and the side wasn't prepared for it. Judging from the reaction, they prepared for this time. I'm sure, and if not, they have 10 days to prepare now. Yeah. Stacey Farrell, $2. Kate Moss, prior abuse. Tassie Van Ray, Amber's ex. Okay, Thank you very much. John gives $9. Amber's not only trying to win the trial, she's trying to come out on top in this PR war. Yeah, that doesn't seem to be going that well right now at the moment. I would imagine her lawyers desperately want to limit the scope of her testimony to the elements needed. But that's not possible.
Nope.
It's not possible because they agreed as a matter of stipulation that the clients would each only be called once.
Yeah,
which
not
means
just that. I mean, she testified to everything today.
yeah. So that
Yeah.
means that means there's no such concept as limiting it to the scope of direct, because that stipulation they can ask him about anything. So they can't limit it because of that agreement. So have fun. On Veray, $20. I watch you and Robert Barnes most of the time. I'm really interested in constitutional law, so I gravitate towards lawyers that talk and teach about this, even though I'm not a lawyer, too old at this point. Constitutional law kicks ass.
And if you do like con law, Kurt is the person that you need to subscribe to. He's a member of the Paul Clement fan club, as am I, and his analysis of the questions and how stupid they are versus how great they are is spot on. So follow, like, subscribe, do all the above.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, Rob, I wasn't sure about that one question. Why is it important to be neutral? Sotomayor asked this really great question about religion. Why is it important to be neutral? Why is that an important thing to be neutral?
When every time she asks a question, every time she asks a question, I cringe. It instantly. It's like an immediate reaction. You just know it's going to go to a bad place, and you're trying to wonder how bad the question is going to be, and it always ends up worse than what you thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was a stupid question because it's like, where do you want me to start? So many cases.
Yeah.
Just so many of them. Amy Harrell gives $20. Amber in the UK stated she was told recently about Johnny Depp throwing Kate Moss downstairs. Johnny Depp and KM, 4 years together, known cokeheads. KM has never claimed abuse by JD. I'm sure they're going to get into that on Cross. It will be fun. If the Cross is not banger, I'm rage quitting.
Agree, and I'm there with you.
Susan Hendlich, 1999, gives super sticker. Thank you very much. Lexi Autumn Stabs gives $6.99 Canadian. Have you all seen the clip circulating Twitter from trial today? Looks like she takes a bump from her tissue and then side eyes the jury and says, "Wild." At this point, I kind of want to see the clip. So let's go hunt down the clip. Hold on. I now have to hunt down the clip.
Yeah.
Rob, what are you making?
This is still the same freaking thing. So the planer stopped halfway through.
Yeah.
So now I have to hand plane off to get this thing level, so I can then either fix this planer, or what I'm inclined to do is I always look for an excuse for new tools.
Yep.
So
it looks like something. I'll tell you what, it looks like something. I understand people saying what they're saying. All right, let's share the screen. Taking a look at it, I'm like, yeah, the evidence.
Oh, now I gotta walk close. Let's see.
I'll replay again in a second.
Oh shit. That's weird.
It does look like she's specifically going to one nostril, doesn't it?
It does.
That's really strange.
It doesn't. It's such a far allegation that it's one you don't pull the trigger on unless you're sure you're going to be able to hit.
I don't know. Kurt, can you pull that? Can you maximize the size of that thing?
Yeah, give me a second.
But
see what I can do.
That doesn't look good.
Hold on.
Side note, while you're pulling that up, I have had a judge, quite literally in Fairfax, stop a proceeding when there was an allegation that the person might have done some drugs, sent the person downstairs to do a test, and had the test done before we recommenced the trial.
Here, there'd be limitations on the judge's ability to make such an order, because I don't think the judge could actually order a drug test mid-trial. But I think they could certainly say, we're going to pause this and, come back when you're sober.
Ooh, no, because she looks down too before she pulls the.
Yeah.
I don't like that. That's not good.
I don't like it, but I
wouldn't call her
wouldn't
on it.
pull the trigger on it in court.
I know.
Um,
Every time I see it, it gets worse. What the fuck?
I mean, I think what she's probably doing is sticking her finger up the nose with the tissue on it and trying to wipe something out.
No, she inhales. Runkle,
she-
she inhales. Watch her do it again. She inhale. Yep. Not comfortable with that at all.
Well, this would be a first. So a witness doing coke on the stand. This would be a first.
I've had witnesses do drugs like in breaks. Not on the stand though.
If anyone on the JD team is watching this stream, please. I know that Judge Escarati, if there's a suspicion that she is doing drugs, she will order her to do a little piss test. Please, just.
Oh man,
it looks bad.
I mean, if nothing else, just the order for that would be freaking hilarious.
It's because she visibly looks down, inspects, and then pulls up, and she's not reaching in and trying to clear. She's inhaling.
Well, and if you watch it afterwards, she does this little like further sniff, and I'm like, that's a coke sniff. Like, oh man.
Mm-hmm.
She's sneaking. Yeah. Judge, we might have an emergency. Remember how at the end of the day you told us, remember what your definition of emergency is? Yeah, about that. Yeah, I mean, we might have an emergency.
You'd have to do it when she gets back on the stand. And
not necessarily. You could do it right now. You could get an order right now.
Or at least just get a temp motion. Like, just get something filed to at least, because you can't clear that out of your system. I don't know. I've never done coke. But
coke clears pretty fast. It's one of the ironies because up here, the oil sands had this big boom. So there's all these people working the oil sands. And of course, they're having to get drug tested, which is more rare because of Canadian employment laws. We can't drug test everybody.
Yeah.
But it meant that people stopped doing marijuana to start doing cocaine because if you need it to clear your system, coke clears.
To the Johnny Depp team members that are watching this channel, because I know you are, because you like Kurt, you can file an emergency motion by 7 a.m. in Fairfax. That's the rule. 7 a.m. in Fairfax. Have it heard by 8 a.m. And if it's expedited, they can put in the docket for the 11:30 docket to have a full evidentiary hearing if they need to. So 7 a.m. is your cutoff. You've got a little under 8 hours.
That's plenty of time.
Get that drug test.
Someone else in chat said they thought it could be something like to try to help her like cry.
No.
Which,
No.
Because she didn't really do that very well.
Yeah, no.
Either.
So, that I just figured I'd mention that as well as a possibility. Michael Curl, $4.99. Love listening to you. Michelle Curl. I apologize, Michelle. Michelle Curl, $4.99. Love listening to you guys. Do you think Amber Heard brought up dangling the dog out of the car window to compare Johnny with Michael Jackson dangling baby? Well, I didn't make that connection, so
I didn't make it either. I think it's just because dogs are sympathetic. Like, I got 2 dogs, and people on channels saw one of them.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody came to mess with my dog, I'd be pretty pissed.
Absolutely.
I would not do anything illegal for the YouTube censors watching.
1920 Farmhouse gave me $19.99. If Dr. Kerr is recalled, can she give testimony analyzing Amber Heard's testimony?
That's a tougher one.
I don't know.
Not in terms of like credibility. At least I don't think so. But in terms of like slotting it into the diagnosis, I think that would be allowable.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one, to be honest, on the evidentiary rules. Stacey Farrell became a new YouTube member. Thank you very much. Regulator 30, Canadian, $10. Amber Heard identified a pic of the bottles and Elaine thought she was done. Amber Heard goes for a bigger dramatic impact and says, wait, sob. I forgot what it looked like until I saw this 3 days ago. Fake snob. Yeah, I didn't really buy that. How did she not see this photograph until 3 days ago? Discovery was long ago. How did she not see this photograph until just now? That doesn't make sense.
Well, and on the stand, she failed to identify the bottles because she said she didn't see it. So they were trying to make that connection, and there was quite properly an objection. Like, you can't make that connection if she didn't see it. So stop with that. So
Bobbert becomes a new YouTube member. Thank you very much. Andre becomes a new YouTube member as well. I like your logo, by the way. It's very badass. Looks Celtic or something. I think it's cool. Pen and Chisels, 199. Lol, stop snark. Meant assist with super chats. Need clip. Well, you got it now, my friend.
I'm here.
I'm just a regular Joe with a regular
Yes.
job. I'm your average white suburbanite slob. I like football and porno and books about war. I got an average house with a nice hardwood floor. My wife, my job, my kids, my car. Feet on the table with a Cuban cigar.
More super chats for Kurt's karaoke channel, please.
Thank
If you
you.
don't mind.
Piper's Muse becomes a new member. Sympathetic Slytherin, $5. Why was she not visibly exhausted after a full day of testifying? The horror described. Talking about minor tantrums wipes me out. How was she still standing? Good question. That is a good question for sure. Terry Zelinsky, $4.99. Just joined. I'm super chatting only because you two are still awake. Thanks for your excellent insight. You are welcome, and I appreciate your super chat and all of your super chats who are contributing to today. Bethany Reed, $4.99. Not upset or anything, just FYI. My last name is pronounced Red, the color, just an extra D. Thank you, Bethany Red, as I just mispronounced your name again.
I was gonna say it's like
It's
what?
not Reed because it's not two E's, it's two D's. Red, noted.
You're not going to comment about the extra D?
No.
I'm not.
Thank you, Miss Red.
Ann B. Feinstein, $4.99. A doctor almost reported my husband for domestic violence because I fell transferring from bed to a wheelchair and hit my cheek on the nightstand. I'm clumsy when tired. Yeah, that can happen.
Yeah, if you get certain kinds of injuries, you're likely to get an inquiry. But also, just my wife fell and broke her leg at one point, and they asked me to go outside and shovel the walkway, which was, which is code for please get the hell out so that we can ask your wife some questions without you sitting here. And yeah, I was like, I get it, you got to ask the questions, but
yeah. Buddy Beltree, $5. Did you notice that leading up to Amber's real tears today, she was reading the jury intently and realizing they weren't buying it? Yeah, I'm a little bit less willing to jump on this aspect because it's very common for lawyers to instruct their clients to look at the jury when they're testifying. So the fact that she's looking to the jury when she's testifying could be what you say, or it could just be that's what her lawyers told her to do. So I was less willing to pounce on that aspect, but it's well noted regardless. Thank you for the super chat. Living with Purpose, $4.99. Seriously baffles me. You guys don't realize how fiery you are. If I lived closer, I'd shoot my shot. Thank you, Living with Purpose. $1.99 for Matthew Cohen.
Oh my. Kurt, I think you read that wrong.
you read that wrong, and also,
Did I?
My shot, and that username is like a great combination.
Yep. Kurt, read it again. Read it again.
Yeah, go back if you can and read the.
I have to dig it up. Hold on. I'll find it in there somewhere. Scrolling.
Yep. Everyone said a super chat if you knew what it was supposed to be read as. Ronco, what's your favorite handgun?
I got a Sig P226 that I paid nothing for, and it's great. It's fantastic.
What do you think about Glocks?
I've got skinny little, noodle arms, and so I like a gun that can eat a little bit more of the recoil. And Glocks,
The SIG does that.
yeah. And we can't carry a handgun around here.
Living with Purpose 499 says, seriously baffles me. You guys don't realize how far you are. If I lived closer, I'd shoot my shot.
Okay, I thought you said something completely different.
Yeah, I thought you said it when you said it the second time. You said living with Herpes.
And
I did. I mispronounced it. Oh, well.
you did
you mispronounced it in the best way.
in a way that suggested you were mispronouncing something else.
Exactly.
Well, I'm glad I was able to amuse everybody.
It was a little bit of levity.
Got at least one more super chat out of it.
Yeah, there you go. That's fine. I do like the fact that in StreamYards you can go way back and find chats. So you can actually do that where you can't do that on YouTube because it's a very much more limited window. So that is one nice thing about StreamYards for all of its problems, which are many.
What's next on the super chats here?
I'm just tagging the ones that came in while we were talking. All right.
It's a tough life, Kurt. Tough life.
Oran Shi became a new YouTube member. Thank you very much. Sympathetic Slytherin gives $2. Keep singing. Love is a battlefield. We stand. Okay. Love is a battlefield. Yeah, I can't remember the lyrics, but yeah, okay. Theresa Ferry, $5 Australian. BPD sure affects someone's baseline in terms of emotional liability and disassociation on the stand, and not just their relationships, I would think. Thank you very much.
It doesn't turn off.
Ashley CRISPR Cox gives $4.99. Question: could you please invite me to the LawTube karaoke party? Sounds like a badass time. You are invited. You are absolutely invited. Barn Cat Antics, $1.99. Rob, so you're saying you'll be handling lots of wood?
My own. No one else's.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know how else to respond to that. Like, there's
Yeah,
really no like.
There is no
what
good
am I
answer.
supposed- Yeah, how do I respond to that?
Diesel gives $9.99. Dark Lord 0529 gives SGD $6.98. Anyone got any guesses? SG? Singapore?
I'm gonna go with Sealand.
The book by Amy Banks she claimed brought at the airport was only published in August 2015. She departed April 2015.
She has a lot of these timeline issues.
And you're right, it is Singapore dollars.
Thank you. Julio, $4.99. Fake glasses too. Keep having to take them off to see the monitor. I call that weak too. Lexi Autumn Stabs gives Canadian $6.99. Hashtag Hot Rob makes me wants to make the Sir Sherrard clip his ringtone.
Stop reading. Stop reading. Stop reading. Stop reading.
They love you, Rob.
I get spicy in the shop.
Stephanie Dances, $9.99. Can Will Depp be called back to stand for rebuttal? Why not? Would you call him back? I don't know that I'd call him back, to be honest, because I think I've already got everything out of him I need to get out of him. But I'd call the experts back, and like some medical professionals back would be probably more likely to where I would want to go. All right, 32 of these left for the moment. I will keep reading them until we finish or I pass out. Fair and Balanced, $5. Hey guys, I'm the one who came up with the law and lumber, Rob. I'm not too far in DC. Great job to all. What's the next case you're all going to be covering next? I've been looking at the Daybell trial. which is currently scheduled for October, but maybe pushed back. But that's the one I'm looking at the possibility of streaming because it's a whole damn cluster mess. Mr. RN, $2. Amber Heard's team have less time to present. Is this bad? No, they've just consumed more time. They had equal time at the start. They used it, and it's now less of it.
No, what I
Seltzer,
loved,
go ahead.
I loved their team challenging the judges' time estimates or the judges' time calculation.
That was good.
Fantastic.
That was good. So you're like, really? You want to judge the clock?
Yep.
Okay. Z Seltzer, $5. I think the muffin story is another case of a lawyer who believed Amber Heard's embellishment and was so surprised when the explanation was so reasonable.
I missed the muffin story. Tell me about the muffin man.
You missed it?
I missed the muffin story.
So this was Johnny Depp's psychologist on the stand. And she brought muffins to the meeting with Amber Heard. And so they try to make a big deal out of this by saying that she, violated her privilege, violated the client's confidentiality by telling her husband about that so that they could suck up to him by bringing muffins. And she's like, no, not really. I often bring muffins. I usually bring muffins to, meetings. And on that particular day, I was running behind, as I often did. So my husband got the muffins for me. And then when I brought them to the office, as I normally do, I might have made a comment like, these muffins are here because of my husband, just meant to, show him some gratitude. And it's just like a normal thing I do. So she tried to make this like a big thing, like you've betrayed your confidence and you're trying to show what a big deal this is because it's Amber Heard. So you're bringing her muffins to show how excited you are to do this interview. And she's just like, no, it's kind of something I normally do.
Yeah.
And so it was a whole nothing burger, but they tried to make something out of it for a good 3 minutes.
Yep. Well, it was more than that, Kurt. It was a solid 5 to 10. It took a while, and they complain about their time, but they spend the time that they have on this crap.
Yeah, the explanation was totally reasonable. It's like, I bring muffins. My husband bought the muffins that day. I might have made a comment like, let's thank my husband for providing the muffins because he bought them for me. And so that's the end of the story. And then they tried to make it a thing for a while. So, yeah.
I mean, that's such a bad angle because if it just says you have nothing.
Yeah. Jenny, $5. Please. P.S. Jason Momoa on YouTube came out today saying she should have been fired as he wanted.
What?
Excuse me, what? Excuse me, what?
Jason Momoa apparently said that she thought she should be fired and is now apparently claiming that he wanted her to be fired before, which sounds very convenient to me.
Wow.
Ooh,
that's still not small news.
I got to look that up because I'm just trying to see.
Yeah. $5 from Monet. You're all racist against women.
That doesn't make sense.
I think that's the point.
I think he's trolling.
Aaron followed $5. If you have a client going off the rails on the stand while in direct, what can you do to rein them in? Pray to God.
Yeah,
yes, and you will see attorneys do and I've done it too. Any attorney who's sitting there at the table, they cross their hands under the table so no one sees it, and they're clenching and they're doing any number of things just please God make it stop. Jesus fix it. Jesus fix it. Jesus fix it.
Yeah, and I mean I've done the other too where I remember one particular client, and I can't give any details, but he was just so nailing it on the stand. And they're trying to ask him all sorts of, some of the questions they were asking were improper because they were questions you normally can't, but he was just nailing it so thoroughly by being so honest. I was just sitting there like this, full on recline, just watch. And as a criminal defense lawyer, when you put your client on the stand, that almost never happens because usually your clients have all sorts of bad that, so yeah.
Jenny, $5. Even if JD loses the case, as in draw, he said, she said, I think he's won the court of public opinion. The tide seems to be turning that way. When you start having these Hollywood stars, unfriending Amber and friending Johnny Depp, that's not something that just happens. That was definitely coordinated by some team somewhere. Kemi, to Lou gives Singapore 698. Hi from Singapore. Hello. What do you think JD's team would do on cross and nail her? I mean, where do you even begin to start? So, how many different ways do you want to nail her? Is just basically the question here.
Yeah,
We'll break out the Kama Sutra for different suggestions on ways to nail her at this point.
Kama Sutra. Every attorney on this channel, and every attorney on Legal Bites was like jumping at the chance to cross her because she opened the door up to so much.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just like, this is what you dream of. You know, it's, you can go your like a decade of your career without getting a setup like this nice. And if they flub this, if they screw this up,
I'm giving up.
I'm going to be so ticked because it's just like, this is such a it's such a perfect lead in, right?
I mean, Runkle, I need you to be a little less Canadian and not say like the ticked thing. Like you're going to be fucking furious.
Yeah.
Like it's you were going to do the Kurt thing and it's going to be, I quit, period. End of story. You're done. Because this is too perfect.
This would be like watching somebody, you know, have a 5-course meal laid out in front of them, and then they just tip the entire thing into the trash and then like grab a burger. Like, you know, it would just be, you'd just be like, oh, because it's so amazing. So
$5 from Eric Wolfrink. I'm fairly certain it's methanol to attempt to trigger tears. Well, if that's what she was doing, it didn't work, which is even more of an indictment against her acting ability. Even with the crutch, she still couldn't get it going. So if that's what was going on, she really sucks at it. Thank you for your super chat. $2 from Crystal. She opens the tissue. She opens the tissue wide open as well, which, you know, suggests that she's looking for something hidden in there one way or another. Yeah. Cigar Texan. Hello, another person from Texas. How are you? 1776. You have some keen insight, Kurt. In the Bourne, I don't know how to pronounce this. I'm sorry. In the Bourne area here, just turning up a first-generation Colt SAA here in my garage, or tuning up. Nice shop, Rob. That is a bumping court for sure. Well, thank you very much for your super chat.
Also, first-generation Colt single-action army. You lucky fucker. I just picked up a replica, like the Pieta replicas, for a video on Baldwin. But
yeah, first generation SAA is really cool. I mean, you know, that's the gun that won the West, as they say. So, you know, pretty badass. Although either that or the lever action rifle, which I'm also very partial to. It might be my favorite gun of all time. It's like the 1860 Henry, which actually came up before the Remington. I think it might be my favorite gun ever, is the lever action, because it's just so cool.
I don't own any levers at this point, but I probably will at some point.
Yeah. Best gun ever. Susan Endlich, super sticker for $9.99. Thank you very much. Fire and Balance, $2. Just tweet at you 2 more short clips to watch. Thank you. Maybe later. $2 from Sierra Conrad for cross prep. Can JD teams rewatch her videos? Oh yes. I'm sure they were going to have a popcorn party. They're going to rewatch her on the stand, reread the transcripts. They're gonna color commentate this Monday Night Football style with, you know, drawlings and errors and all kinds of shit. Oh yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
they're having a good time. Kitty Bomb $9.99. I went ahead and subscribed to everyone from LB Stream. Thank you. I had no idea a lot of you go live after getting off there. I love and support all of you. Rob, make a channel.
He's like, yeah. Willie
Bob
hears
Johnson, $2. You can see her dilated pupils in a bright courtroom. Okay. $2 from EE Caroline. Sniffing could be snuff, which is legal tobacco. It's still not legal to consume it in the courtroom.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's plenty of things that are legal to consume anywhere but a courtroom, and like even a can of Coca-Cola, they'll give you, you know, you can't break that out in court.
Richard Freeman, $5. Mad World. All around me are familiar lawyers, tired lawyers, pissed off lawyers, bright and early for counsel's BS. Brianna, $5. The bottle thing freaked me out. A square bottle in a round hole is going to do a lot of damage. And she was still able to walk around, no pelvic check. I haven't things inserted into me, but I think Living with Purpose, $4.99. Amber's father went to jail for running a dog fighting ring and abusing animals. Okay, noted. Enveray gave $10. It's a Celtic knot of Kate Shade, Cat She, Scottish myth of a soul-sealing cat. I'm Scot-Irish descent. It's badass. I like it very much.
Yep.
Axie gave $2. I pointed it's okay to be white.com to your channel.
Oh. Yay.
Thanks for the support. Thanks for the support. Please check me out on it's okay to be white.com.
Oh god. Well, now you're gonna get clipped.
Yeah, that was terrible, but awesome.
Jesus. I think you killed Rob.
Jay Watson, $2. What would happen if she tested positive? I don't know, man, but words would be exchanged at a bare minimum.
Oh, they'd be loud, angry words.
$1.99 for Matthew Cohen. It was worth it just seeing Rob's reaction. Thank you, Matthew. It's appreciated. Carisi Heisman, $2. New picks aired today were from Ben King. Thank you. The Chicken Coop, $1.99. Playboard says this was your highest super chat stream. I'm quite sure it is. Thank you for your super chat. Polani Casey, $20. I rarely super chat, but you deserve it. Well, thank you. Thank you for everyone, and please remember to please subscribe, help the channel grow, suggest karaoke songs, whatever you need to go. So, it's all good. Okay, $10 from Sounding Six. It was dark all around. There was frost in the ground when the tigers broke free. Thank you very much.
I'm guessing that's a song, but I'm also guessing that it doesn't sound like you got that one in your repertoire.
No, I don't know that one. Do you have that one in your repertoire?
I will not admit to knowing any songs.
Excellent. Denise from Canada, $5 Canadian. AH appeared to me to get emotional as a result of frustration with the objections being sustained. Then she channeled that into her testimony. Quite possibly.
Yep. That was also the tactic.
Quite possibly, yes. $19.99 from Claudia Pimentel. You should listen to the Australia audio on the stream. It's mind-blowing. It's on the Incredible Average channel. I'll probably pass because I want to try to assess this case like I do most cases, which is try to keep my opinions based on what's heard in court. So I tried very hard on my own channel, and this is very just normal practice for me, to try to exclude things outside the court case so that I can hopefully render better opinions. So if it comes up in court, I'll listen to it. If not, probably not so much, because the jury can't rely on what they can't hear. So, why should I is kind of the idea, at least. Brandon Miles, £5. Amber Heard said she smashed her head on exposed brick wall. Surely that would have left a big cut or something. One would think.
Yeah.
One would think? Oh, what about the Canadian national anthem? I know that. We can sing it together, Uncle, if you like.
Hard pass.
So with the super chat, let's say for $20 super chat, I will sing the Canadian national anthem.
Now this is going to be interesting.
Yes.
Can you do it in the mixed English French?
No. I know it in English.
For $100, Runkle will sing it in both.
There you go. All right. AH from Brandon Miles, £5. AH said she spent. Okay, we read that one. Next one up. Regular 30, Canadian $5. Rob, what are you drinking? Kurt, I'm a cowboy on a steel horse. I ride. I'm a cowboy. Wanted,
Jack and Coke
dead
tonight.
or
It was a long night.
alive. Wanted, dead or alive.
Solid choice on the Jack and Coke.
Jack and Coke is a solid choice.
Yeah.
Because I'm Batman, 5702, $2. But Rob is going to give his wood to a friend. This is true. Which, you know, if you're going to give your wood, it should be to a friend, I think.
Consensually.
That's the way to go.
very criterion.
Maybe someday Rob will give me wood. Faulkner, 146, $4.99. Is Rob making a booger sugar box? I think it's a box for cocaine.
Oh, I can make one of those. Do you need one?
No, I'm good. Silvio Knight, $5 Canadian. Glad to see Kurt and Runkle talking more. I feel I know about U.S. law more than my own Beaverland rules.
I mean, check my channel. I talk about Canadian law, so.
All right. $4.99 from Milky Now. You should check out Anna Crushing's channel to research the Daybell trial. She's Tylee's aunt, and she's extremely analytical like you. I don't know to the degree to which I want to check out in advance, but I have plenty of time to do that, and I'll go from there. Because again, like maybe I should go into it blind, so I have to. Because like I don't know what's going on, and maybe that's for the best, because that's kind of how I roll. So maybe that's the way I go. Brandon, let's go. $5. Do you know the Muffin Man Doctor? The Muffin Doctor. The Muffin Doctor. Yes, I know the Muffin Doctor who lives on Herd Turd Lane.
The Muffin Man.
I believe it. $9.99 from Sarah Savage. If more men, including Johnny Depp, could use a bit more caution when feeding their aging egos with 20-year-olds, much of Me Too wouldn't exist. It's one of many, many paths for ending up in this situation. Yeah, I kind of disagree. I mean, either it's okay for people to consent or not. Like, you know, it
feels a little victim blamey.
It also feels a little victim blamey. I don't like this analysis. Like, I also don't like, this is also something we're discussing on Legal Bites channel. I don't really like the arguments from power dynamics because it only works if it works both ways. So, for example, people will normally say something like, it's bad for a Hollywood producer to sleep with a young starlet. I'm like, okay. Then I normally ask, okay, is it bad for a young starlet to want to sleep with a movie producer? And if the answer to that, yes, it's got to be the same answer, right? Because is it okay for a young starlet to sleep with a movie producer? Is that an okay thing for her to do? If it's an okay thing for her to do, it must be an okay thing for him to do. If it's not an okay thing for her to do, then it's not okay for him to do. So it's like, which way do you want it? Like, is it okay? Is it okay for women to want to sleep with powerful men? Is that an okay thing for them to want? Are women allowed to want to sleep with powerful men? If so, then powerful men must be allowed to sleep with less powerful women. It's the only way to remain logically consistent.
The flip side of that is like think of legal ethics and, you know, sleeping with clients, which is basically doesn't matter what your client wants.
Right.
No.
So, but the answer
Jeffrey Toobin.
Yes.
Jeffrey Toobin.
But the answer is consistent both ways, right? It's not okay for her to want that. She's not allowed to want that. It's not okay for her. It's not okay for me. Because she can't sleep with me any more than I can sleep with her. So, yeah. So this is sort of the thing I take with. It's like it can't be only okay for one of us. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Guys, Kurt is right. There's no contrary argument. Stop trying.
Yeah. Sarah Savage, $9.99. If more men, including
that's the last one.
Okay, thank you. Runkle the Bailey gave Canadian 99 cents. Super sticker. Thank you. Runkle of the Bailey.
It didn't send the sticker. It
doesn't on the back end. Yeah.
No, it was a sticker of a grumpy.
Appreciate it. $50 from Crystal. Dr. Curry. And we can attribute these muffins to my husband. She mentions she switches her office space for high-profile clients, and knew her team was switching locations. She was running her late, so he did her a favor by getting the muffins. Thank you for the generous super chat. It is appreciated. Lemmy Man, $2. Do you think she can abort this and settle it? No way in hell, man. No way in hell. We are seeing this thing through to the bloody end. There is no path. We are in this to win it. We are committed. Not a chance on this earth. Amy Horlell, $5. Go to Dr. Todd Grande. Give him 18 minutes unbiased. Gives 18 minutes unbiased evaluation of Dr. Hughes. I might do that. Thank you very much for the super chat.
Is it just 18 minutes of screaming?
$20 farmhouse, $9.99. Do you think Amber Heard's lawyers realize how bad her testimony sounds if they know she's lying or they're obligated to report it? No, they can't. They can't get. They can't get her to lie. Well, actually, no. Strictly speaking, strictly speaking, that's not true. If they know that she's lying, they do have to counsel her not to. And if she keeps doing it, they do actually have to tell the judge because the client can't lie.
Yeah, that burden is so high, though. And we had a case last year where they tested that at the Virginia Supreme Court. And the burden is like actual knowledge. Like you basically saw it, felt it, heard it. Like it's pretty freaking high.
So it can't just be that your client told you one thing and then another thing.
Correct.
Yeah. Because either of those things could be true.
Yep.
And, you know, what sometimes happens is you have a client in your office who tells you a great story, and then they get up on the stand and, you know, they realize that if they're up on the stand, they're not going to get away with lying. And so their story changes, and usually for the worse. Or, you know, you just never know, right? So where I am, it gets a little finickier. Sometimes you might just have an obligation to get off record, but not necessarily. In some circumstances, the obligation may be to get off record on the file and just cite a conflict. Like, I have to get off this file for ethical reasons. And then you get off the file and you don't provide any more details than that. But all of that gets really situation dependent and circumstances and so forth.
1920 Farmhouse gives $9.99. Do you think Amber Heard's lawyers? Okay, I read that one.
I think
$5 from. I hope they do. Anna Richards, $5. The Australia pics she said she only saw 3 days ago. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Are the extra ones Ben King didn't initially turn over? If so, how's that fair to JD? I mean, I just don't buy that really. That they'd allow that as new evidence to come in at this point. Brandon Lesko, $2. Real question: how hard do you pound AH on Cross? As hard as I'd pound her anywhere else?
Oh,
Ooh.
dude. Nah.
Kurt, I love it. That's fantastic.
Mr. RN, $2. If you were in jury, what's the minimum you'd give? I mean, he's shown $40 million of harm, and the rest reputation damages. $50 million is a perfectly reasonable ask.
Yeah. I mean, I'm like, what number can I write down? I'm writing that down.
Yes. Star Rindali, $5. I think Kamali is going to kill it, especially after their statement. Also, how would you start your cross? I don't know. There's so many different options. It's like, pick my favorite. You know,
You start slow.
I think you should start slow. I think that's right. I think you start slow. I think that's right.
As with all good poundings, it starts out gentle and you move from there.
You work your way up. That's right.
Okay,
that's right.
Runkle, it's late.
Yes, it is.
Contrarian, $4.20, $5. If you put a gun to a defense attorney's head in Minecraft, would they admit that 98% of their clients were guilty?
I wouldn't weigh more than my files than that. Guilty is a question for the judge.
Yep.
So, I mean, plenty of clients get convicted because, you know, typically the government isn't proceeding against them unless they think they've, you know, if they're taking it to trial, they think that they can prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think that we have a chance of not, or the client just wants to run it anyway. Lots of people are in, but the other thing is that guilty and did the factual thing are different concepts. And a lot of the rights that we enjoy are because people who did the factual thing were found not to be guilty because the government fucked up and abused their rights. And I mean, the rights you enjoy depend a lot on bad people getting away with things.
$2 from Richard Freeman. Last night, reminder tonight, 99 cents a month to join Uncivil. Yes, hit that join button today. $5 from Shubzilla. I would have had to been escorted out if I were in Johnny's shoes. How do you keep a client calm in this kind of situation? He's been at this for a long time. This is nothing new. This is nothing new. It's just same old at this point to him.
Well,
that's how you know.
and you prep them, right? You can prep your client for dealing with the emotional stuff. It's because you want to make sure your client isn't going to show anger, especially not on something like this.
Todd Larson, 999. Sounds like you've not lived in Texas too long, or we love to mess with vowels. I haven't. I've only been here 2 years and change. How do you pronounce the following? I'm going to pass just immediately.
Yeah, I don't.
Brianna, $10. She takes hundreds of pictures. Johnny passed out and his drugs, but barely any pictures of her own injuries, especially in Australia. All those house pics were for someone else who was supposedly biased towards Johnny. True.
Yeah.
Curious.
Cindy Sue, at this point, I think the jury needs to sign into a monastery for a week or take a vacation deep into the wilds of Montana or Maine. No service. LOL. Thank you very much.
Also
Yeah.
true.
Just me. Runkle, come down to Austin. Kurt and I'll take you shooting whenever you want. And you say it. Bernie liked the movie.
All right. Well, sometime I'll have to make it down to Austin.
Dr. Spoon gives $5. They should put Amber behind glass and study her. She has the superhuman recovery rate. All those beatings and barely any marks a few days later. I mean, you know.
Yeah, it's like Bruce Willis in Unbreakable.
Something like that, yeah.
It's like M. Night Shyamalan's only good movie.
I wake up on the wrong side of the bed, can't put my shoes on.
Yeah. I got a bad back, so like sometimes I look wrong. Like I turn my head wrong. And
Yes. Janny, $5. Off topic. Runkle, do you like canvas, ketchup, potato chips? Dying here.
Canvas? I'm thinking that might be
I think he means spreading ketchup all over your potato chips.
no, there's
li-
ketchup flavor chips is a thing here, and they're really good.
Okay.
You guys are weird.
Send me an address and I'll send you each some coffee crisp and some ketchup chips. And they are actually good.
$4.99 from Melissa Exley. Sorry I came in late. Just saw Coke clip. Coke shows up in urine up to 2 days in blood and shows in urine up to 3 days. Hopefully someone reports. Looks legit. Thank you very much.
Get that piss test.
$4.99 from Andy's Wood Shop. Oh, Amber, real big fish. She has a girlfriend now. Professor Johnny was a bank and wanted to make herself known. Also look up Muffin Man, psych patients at night. Okay, thank you. Q Squared. Is that the named after the TV show? It's a good one. Infrastructure gives $20. Infrastructure engineer here. MD5 is old and decently large collision domain. Yes, but is flawed as a malicious actor could craft a file with the same hash. I didn't know that. SHA is newer and just as fast with larger domains. Yes, SHA is the way to go. I did know that, but thank you for the clarification as well. Marilyn Stryker, $20. Kurt, nice to see you giddy today. Thank you. Glad you can see it for yourself. Amber Heard. Questions for you. The leading Elaine is doing. Will she ever get a talking to? She got whacked over the head a lot. She's getting so embarrassed from the judge. It was brutal.
Oh,
she's over talking the top. She's over the top, talking back the judge and leading. She's getting whacked around, man. She is just pushing every button, man. She is having a bad day. It was hilarious to watch.
And she shot back today too. That was my favorite part, where she was like, understanding the court's rulings on this issue so far, which is basically, judge, cut me a fucking break.
But I also like that the judge is not putting up with her crap anymore and is just like, objection sustained. She's like, but this, and she's like, I said it's sustained.
Sustained. Next question. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God, I love it.
Living with Purpose, $1.99. All the previous trial docs are at depdive.net. Well, for those of you who are interested, maybe I'll go read the opinion from the judge in the UK. Maybe I'll read that on stream, because that sounds like that might be hilarious to do as a review.
Oh, Kurt, if you do that, read Judge White's opinion, the opinion letter piece that kept this case in Virginia. Fantastic opinion.
Huh.
In the Virginia courts?
Yeah. Judge White issued the opinion. It was an opinion letter. It was very thorough, thoughtful. It went through all the analysis of where we're going to actually have this and whether it should be brought. Great opinion.
Excellent. That sounds fun. help me be a better judge someday myself, maybe. Brandon Lesko, $5. JFC, are you more unbreaded than me, Kurt? Abortion, fine, I'll allow it if you admit it's legal homicide. Your take? My take is based on the Constitution, what the Constitution does or does not support. So that's my take on it. I look at it from a legal proposition. Q squared gives me 149 super sticker. Thank you very much. Janie, $10. From my experience with my abuser, I couldn't believe my perfect person wasn't coming back if I could just do everything right. And I was almost 40. How could I make such a mistake? I feel you. I feel you on levels. I feel you on levels. I've been in situations that are not as bad as this, but at least I've been in situations that this reminds me of.
There's a lot of good years. Yeah.
Yeah.
And just thinking if I could do something, I could fix it. And I wasn't able to fix it. And it still is a problem for me, to be honest, but that's too much exposure about myself. Lemmy Man, $2. Is burning at the stake a proper prayer of relief? No.
Only if you're a sovereign citizen. That's the kind of stuff they ask for.
Yeah. All right. Lexi Autumn Stabs gives $6.99 Canadian. Let's be real. We're all here for the pounding content. True. Todd Larson, $9.99. Enjoy you all. And then there's some more names, which, I recognize a word Italy in there, and green, and earth.
Oh, it's the pronunciation. So
yeah,
yeah.
I don't know. Earth Arath is what it looks like. Aerith, maybe.
Yeah, it's these towns that have weird pronunciations just so that they can identify people who aren't local.
Could be, yeah.
That's my theory for why they do it.
NS Anderson became a YouTube member. Thank you. Wendy, $5. Is what's his face with the beard still working on the planer? Yes, he is. Cindy Sue gives $5. Dear lawyers, is it customary for lawyers of each side to have a battle on the statements they're having tonight? I'm sure that they'll give different statements about their perceptions. Sure. Plus, you have to kind of go out with a brave face, because anything less is going to be a problem, So,
yeah.
I was thinking Final Fantasy VII. That was where I was going with that pronunciation. That was where I was coming from. Yeah. Rachel Arkwhite became a new member. Brandon Lesko gave $5. FYI, the stream will never end. The stream will never end. Yes, it'll go on, my friend. Just when someone thought of starting it, not knowing what it was. And there's another super chat ever just because this is the stream that never ends. I'll follow you down. The sound of my voice will haunt your echo. Thank you very much. Stacey Farrell gives $5. Have you seen any footage of Amber's testimony from the UK trial? No. The differences are astounding. Could you show some of it and talk about it? Maybe, although that would kind of go against the philosophy of what I'm trying to do here. Not for the least of reasons, incidentally, that UK's law is different. And so I'm not sure the degree to which it would necessarily be informative. And this case must necessarily be judged on its own evidentiary picture. To the extent that testimony can be brought in to show the jury, then great. But if not, then I don't know if it's the right thing, but $2 from Shubzilla, extra super chat for pronouncing my name right. Hopefully I got it right the second time. Dr. Brewski became a YouTube member. Thank you very much. Uncivil Karaoke, Wayward Son. Carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are gone. Lay your redly head to rest. Don't you cry no more. Bethany Reed, Bethany Red, $9.99. Potato chips are made from potatoes. Ketchup goes on potatoes. Ergo, ketchup potato chips will be good. Unless you don't like ketchup on your potatoes, in which case, valid, not Canadian. And I believe those are all. No, We're getting to the end. Nope. And
I'm gonna wait till my
those are all super
my
chats.
Runkle.
We have no
my
more
Runkle
super
potato
chats.
chips.
We have no more super chats. So
Someone-
it only took 3 hours. It was good.
Rob, you're in Fairfax.
Yeah.
In not too long, I'm flying into is it Dulles or Dulles International Airport?
Dulles. Yeah, my office is right down the street.
And then driving up to Winchester. So
my sister-in-law lives right there.
and I'm going to that'll be for a shooting competition up about 45 minutes away, which is gonna suck because my shooting time is 6:45 a.m. But
Are we live or backstage right now?
We're live.
Oh, okay. Then I'm not going to give out my sister-in-law's address.
That is an excellent plan.
Yeah.
Amy Harrell gives $20. How can you bring photos if no date time to show validity? Well, I mean, first of all, you can only bring in what you have, and if the photograph was taken on film, then you don't have that. But yeah,
in the before time, like in the
before times,
we had film photos, which of course have no metadata.
Yeah.
So
anyone else? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Anyone else catch Amber Heard completely undermine foundation to a photograph? Where
I missed it.
Accurately, Elaine asked,
she said no, it wasn't. Yeah, I heard that.
Does this accurately represent what you saw? And it was like, no, it wasn't. I was like,
but we're still admitting it into evidence anyway. I noticed.
Yeah, it was just crazy.
Well, and I thought Elaine actually did pretty well responding to that because she's like, how was it different then? Yeah. And, she covered it off fairly well. The other thing, there's another moment, though, with the photo of the bottles, because she just was like, I never saw the bottle. And then ultimately it was like, you can't tender this for the purpose you wanted to, because if she saw the bottle, then, you can't connect it up.
If we are still live, someone please quickly send a $100 super chat to make Runkle sing the Canadian national anthem. Please, quickly. 5, 4, 3. Amber Heard time. 5, 10, 13, 4, 3, 1, 9, 0. Nothing.
Q Square gives $10. Infinity Stream. Keep giving Kurt money until we get to the wee hours and I'll start drinking scotch together. $5 from Brandon Lesko. What are you trying to end this? We're just started money. I'm not trying to end this. I'm having a great time. You guys' super chats have been unbelievably generous. I'm having a great time. I'm having a great time talking to my friends. We're having a nice little bonding here. I'm having a great time. Smashing this entire day's worth of Amber Heard testimony and just being like, well, that's sad.
After this, I got to splice out some clips out of the.
Did they have kids together, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard?
No, they did not.
Which is surprising. You would have thought that she would have gotten knocked up for the control.
So, Kurt, I have an honest question for you. Yesterday, and I was 100% on your side on this one, your assessment on the believability factor. Because, yes, she did come across credible. Today, you've changed, understandably, because of what you saw. Was there something in particular that made you change? Or have you not changed? Are you still believing some of it? What are your thoughts?
Well, I have a tough time reading her, unto itself. So, like, if I'm just thinking about her testimony in the abstract, and I had nothing else, I have a tough time reading her. But what changes my mind is that the statements she's making are so far apart from the evidence that's available. She's making these really strong statements. It's not just he slapped me. It's not just he grabbed me by the arm. It's not just he pushed me one time. Now we're into he's choking me up against the wall. He's bashing my head against the wall. He's pulling my hair. He's basically beating me. I'm lying on the table. He's lying on top of me as he's wailing on me. But, this kind of stuff, right? By the way, Runkle, you'll have to get warmed up because it's there.
Son of a.
Yeah. But that's what did it for me. Like I still have a trouble reading her, but basically it's like, well, I still can't really read you. I'll believe everything you say, But unfortunately, I'm faced with all this evidence. And also, like, you're a very public person. You're followed around all the time by everyone. There's so many people around you all the time. This idea that no one saw this, no one photographed, the paparazzi didn't photograph, you take pictures of everything, you didn't do this, you have pictures of this bruise, but not and not of you, this beating. You don't have pictures that reflect this. And I'm like, well, I what do you believe, me or your lying eyes kind of territory. And it's like, I can't square what you're trying to sell me on with what I'm seeing, because it's just not there. So this is kind of what did it for me. I'm like, you're writing checks you can't cash. And so I can't believe you. And since you've proven yourself not to be credible, it just crashes like you would expect. So
that was my question, because you made it's not just a swing of like, I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt, and then like maybe not. Like in 24 hours time, you're now on the camp of this is BS. And now, to be honest, as a trial attorney, like, I'm right with you here. The second, and Hogue made the point earlier, when you say he hit me in the face and I took a picture of it, but you don't show the picture in that moment,
Yeah.
I have a real big problem with that.
Yeah. That's a bad moment. I mean, I missed the testimony initially because I was, flying, but I watched it. I stayed up way too late watching, testimony. And I was like, this is looking real bad for Johnny from yesterday's testimony. I was like, this is not a great place. Today, I'm feeling way different. The big thing is the over-promising and under-delivering. And there's so many places that just call out for, like, why haven't we heard this? Like, why isn't this, oh, well, this flight attendant was totally kicked, totally saw me get kicked and totally was, assaulted. I'm like, where the hell is this person? There's so, it's an airplane. Nobody gets on the airplane crew without being logged. It's not like there's mystery humans on this airplane. You find that person.
Grabbed her wrist and said, how many pounds of pressure does it take to break a human wrist? I mean, are you fucking kidding me?
And I mean, the other thing I'd be talking about is like, how much was the payoff? If that happened, there'd be details on there was a big payoff to make sure nothing happened. Because I don't care which celebrity it was. If somebody grabbed me on the street, I'd be like, all right, let's talk zeros that go on the check you're writing me. To not like
she just completely sabotaged her own case, Rob. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Her attorneys did a very decent job, at least in my opinion, of opening up what domestic abuse could mean. And I thought they made really good points. And I made a point of this on my own channel, much to the criticism of people on my own channel. I'm like, okay, what does domestic abuse mean? You got testimony from Johnny Depp himself talking about the verbal, emotional, non-physical abuse of his mother. He says that abuse was at times worse than the physical abuse. All right. So we've got the concept that not only can the non-physical be abuse, but can be worse abuse. We get this from Johnny Depp. We get from the psychiatrist the admission, which she kind of has to give, that yes, the psychological, yes, the emotion, yes, the words can be abusive. We got this abuse. So I'm like, okay, we have successfully stretched open the possibility of abuse. We have testimony from Johnny Depp. I've said this on my own channel, much to my own criticism. Is like, we have testimony from Johnny Depp. We have testimony from the psychiatrist. And even on the tapes we've heard up to this point, a reasonable juror could potentially interpret that as being abuse. Now, maybe it's responsive, maybe not, but like thinking in my head about what could a juror possibly interpret this to mean? Like, what is the scope of this? So it's like, well, we've opened up abuse so wide. There's things on here with Johnny Depp acting in ways that could be abusive under their own definitions, right? So what kind of lost it for me today was Amber Heard coming on the stand and basically undoing all that good work, because she took this nice wide definition her attorneys had nicely crafted for her and just decided, how about not so much that? How about I just crush it down into a little ball? Because it's not only, mind you, physical. It's egregiously physical. It's bashing the head, it's choking, it's slapping, it's punching. It's doing this to me repeatedly, many times. How many times did Johnny, according to her, how many times did Johnny Depp come to her and say, "I'm sorry, babe, this is the last time, it'll never happen again"? She's like, "Okay, better not." Duh, duh, duh. And then it just keeps happening. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, you're giving these epic descriptions of these epic things. Johnny Depp, this is 5 years after Pirates of the Caribbean when you meet. He's like one of the most famous people on earth. He's followed around a little bit. He has a number of staff people that follow him around all the time. You have staff people that follow you around all the time. All these people who could witness these things. You have your own damn private nurse, for that matter, who could follow these things, right? Take photos. And of course, our friends, the paparazzi, who can also not be ignored in this equation. And I'm like, you're telling me that this abuse went on day after day, year after year, in the situation after situations, from a plane ride to Russia, to a trip to Australia, to something that happened in Boston, to this thing that happened in the Caribbean, to this thing that happened in LA. And you're telling me that this is the best evidence you've got when you have these other photos you're more than happy to send of the little bruise on your arm. You're happy to send this, but you don't have any evidence that would reflect the kind of totality of physicality you have. I'm like, okay, well, if this is the universe you want to play in now, I can't make this work anymore. So I'm out. So that's how my logic chain worked. And that's why I went from, ambiguous, slightly supporting to complete total crash, because she completely shot her own case in the foot.
If you have an editor, they need to clip that and make that its own video, because that was a freaking awesome analysis of what we just saw over the past 2 days.
Yeah. Just analyzing the stuff, and it didn't make any sense anymore. And now that she's lost my trust, you and I both know, man, once you lose it.
Yeah, and that's the scary thing for her. She was sitting pretty until she testified.
Yeah.
Before she took the stand, she was sitting pretty, because it was, like you said, the lawyers set it up fantastically. It was, Johnny admitted in all uncertain terms, it was, I yelled and said these things. And the therapist said, yelling is abuse. And boom, done. End of story. Sit down. Don't say anything.
Yeah.
She takes the stand, and all of a sudden it's like, oh no, we are no longer like end of the game. We're still in the 7th inning, and we still have a lot of hitters coming up. And she just kept on sinking her own case. And it was almost depressing. It was depressing to watch. I hated watching it. Honestly, like the entire day today, the entire afternoon, I was sitting there cringing the entire time she was testifying, just going, please, please, please stop. Just stop. Mm-hmm. Stop right here. Stop right here. Leave it alone. You don't have to go that much further. It was just too much.
It was way too much. It was way too much.
Too much and too implausible. And I've said it before, I'm going to be making a video because there's a moment where I'm sure that she was, that her lawyers had to adjust midstream because she told a different story to her lawyers than she told on the stand.
Yeah.
I'm certain of it based on what I saw there. And I can't really explain it without actually showing the clip and going through it. But I don't see how that moment happens without that bit. And that means that she's the worst kind of client other than one who doesn't pay. So, and I hope they've actually got their retainers all squared away and so forth, that they're all paid up for this. Because I just have to imagine that a lot of this strategy from today is coming from her. In her directions.
It's a mistake.
It had
a total mistake.
It was that bad of a mistake. That it had to be from her.
Yeah.
Any lawyer who watches that expert go up, and the expert's the first one. The expert gave you Amber's narrative. That was it. Put on everybody else, and then put Amber to close. Boom, done. Fantastic. The jury is now listening, and they have all the evidence to back up everything she's saying. You've won your case.
I mean, from a defamation point of view, it's easy. I want to open those statements as wide as possible, so that I have more perception. I have more ability to land on something that's true. The wider I can make it, the more likely I said something that was true.
Yeah,
I'm like, and she just completely collapses it into nothingness.
Yeah, from her perspective, or from the her lawyer's perspective, I want defamation, or I want abuse to mean anything from like, he looked at funny, to, he didn't buy me the pony I wanted. I want abuse to be this huge, expansive definition, and they already had that. They had from, Depp, and from
they had it from Depp's own mouth, man.
Yeah.
What's better? What's better than the confession that comes from your own mouth, right?
They
Juries eat that shit up.
But then they threw that out of the water by coming out with this like really specific horror show narrative. And like, I think they're just going to find her completely incredible. I think what we end up seeing is one of these closings where you're like, well, Amber Heard said this and that, but what you should really listen to is Johnny Depp. And, you might end up seeing this closing where they discount their own witness. And I mean, that's a bad place to be as a lawyer. They might still win it on that.
Well, but the risk is, as a pure legal matter, and Kurt, I'm 95% sure you'll agree with me here. As a pure legal matter, Johnny Depp loses. Period. That's how I view this case.
You would have lost.
That's how I view this case. Well, even now, I still think it's still massively uphill. I don't see him, like, if it's a bright line, black and white application of the law.
Yeah.
I don't see you getting there. However, Amber Heard today did the thing you could not do. She made possibly an enemy of the jury.
Mm-hmm.
And if the jury doesn't like you, they are going to hurt you.
Mm-hmm.
And they have so much ability to hurt you in. People are talking about how do you recover the money. I mean, if he gets 50 million, he's never going to see 50 million out of Amber Heard. Because even if I think her movie roles would dry up if there was a $50 million judgment against her. Maybe not right away, but eventually. But I mean, I would be vindictive if I was Johnny Depp. I'd be going and saying, like, every dollar that goes into a bank account, I'm going to try to take. Every piece of furniture that, gets put on the floor, I'm going to try to take. And I mean, there's everywhere that I know of has limits that say what stuff you can take. Like, usually you can't actually make somebody homeless, and you can't, but often you can go real far and, oh, you have a car? That's not a necessity. We're taking that. Just everything. Like, just so if she's still got that 7 million, then that's $43 million worth of messing with her life that you have thereafter. And, you just hire the law firm on the basis of, hey, you keep 10% of whatever you recover, and that law firm will keep pursuing it until they die. Every new hire, that'll be their job, is check Amber Heard and see if she's got any money to squeeze out. And just keep squeezing that lemon.
I like that plan. That's very nice.
It's, I don't know. I'm cynical, but it's a possibility. I agree on the law. I think he's sunk just because of the abuse being a fuzzy term. But they've put the jury really in play here. It's
yeah.
As a lawyer, like, this is the worst kind of case because my sympathies in terms of who I think should win in a perfect world is Depp so far. Unless Amber Heard can back up some of her crap. Like, if she can back this up, then I might change my mind on that. But what do I think the law would say? Maybe not Depp. And what do I think the jury's going to do? Well, jury's going to do what jury's going to do. And I'm like,
if we can tie her to that headline, if we can tired of that headline, though, then she would win on the law too, because sexual violence, that's not really open to the same trick.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
she might tie herself to it.
Yeah, and she's close to it too. Like
Yeah.
I think on Cross they can get her there. They can get her there.
Yeah. You retweeted that because you were a victim of sexual violence, correct? Yes. Okay,
And
cool.
if she's angry enough, she'll get there. I think Vasquez
Yeah.
is the perfect choice, and I loved actually seeing this become a court of law and not a
Yes.
cinema sideshow. Like
Yes.
Judge Ascarati today, you have to admit, like it actually became a courtroom. I loved it. It made me feel back at home. Like I'm done with the bullshit. Like done with the narratives. Give me actual testimony, please.
The other thing I will really credit Vasquez for is she's got wonderful control of tone. She's got just the right amount of snark and like condescension when she's making most objections. And I just thought that was kind of her demeanor, except there's this one that Richard Hogue pointed out where Amber Heard is sort of crying, but she's not answering the question. And she comes in real soft with the objection, non-responsive. And
yeah. It was very good.
it was very gentle, and it was a moment where you could easily lose the jury by coming in too snarky and I'm just like, if she's able to do that mix of tone, I really hope she can just play her, like a fiddle, just twist her around to exactly where she needs to be. And I mean, I think that slightly condescending tone is going to be really potentially powerful for getting Amber Heard riled up.
Yeah,
I'm hopeful.
we need some law tube backdoor bets. That's what we need to start establishing. I really want to see
prop
this
bets.
happen.
Prop
Like
bets.
Nate's bet, like the $50 thing. First of all, I think he shouldn't get $50. It should be discounted to 25 because it took her until the second day to actually cry. That's kind of bullshit. But I think that we need to start making bets in the back private chat. This needs to happen. It does.
Come on. Well, Ian, I believe we've left our adoring public long enough.
Oh, is that the super chat that's up next?
Well, no, but I'm putting it next because I want to torture you.
Oh, fair enough. Well,
Did we get it? Is the dollar? Yes.
Hey, that's a penny short.
Nope. I will donate the penny.
All right. Well, because it's a penny short, I'm going to go for the French version.
I don't know it in French. I was going to sing with you. All right, sing it French. Sing it in French.
I've got some background music in my audio here. So, Canada, terre de nos aïeux, ton front est saint de fleurs en glorieux, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Et ta valeur de foi trempée protégera nos foyers et nos droits. Protégera nos foyers et nos droits.
Fantastic. I loved every second. Fantastic.
And hey, because it's French, I'm hopefully going to avoid getting crap over the content of the anthem, which is also a possibility. Somebody asked, is that a song about cheese? Yes. Oh, and now I've rendered everyone speechless.
No, I'm still just I'm just taking it in. I'm just taking it in. I'm loving it.
I think Francophone, if Francophone viewers that I have some on my channel, they'll probably end up coming back and being like, your pronunciation is fuck awful. It's been a long time since I had to sing that in French.
You did it. You did a fantastic job, though. It was glorious and wonderful to behold. $2 from Lisa W. Say more about proven malice. Okay, so in the defamation case, you need to show what's called actual malice, which has nothing to do with malice. It's a confusing term. We came up with a bad term for it. I'm sorry. Actual malice means that you know what you're saying is false or you recklessly disregard the truth. Here, it's pretty easy because Amber Heard is testifying about things that happened to her or not. So she would know they're true or not because she was there. So proving actual malice for me actually is a gimme. So I don't think it's a problem. So like people are talking about clear and convincing. I'm like, if you got the other elements, I'm like, it's a gimme element. So I'm just back to preponderance of the evidence, really. So that's how I parse it.
And the other thing is jurors tend to misunderstand terms like that. But in this case, I think if they don't believe Amber Heard, they're going to think she's malicious, regardless of what the legal term is.
Yep.
Yeah. It's a bad term. We gave a bad name to it. We've been paying for it ever since. Ashley CRISPR Cox $4.99. Totally here for the pounding content. Pound that wood. Yeah. Claudia Pimentel $9.99. Rob, what's the perception on Fairbanks and around the lawyers of the community? I think they mean Fairfax, but what's the perception of the lawyers around Fairfax? Do you know if the perception of the zeitgeist?
A lot of damn good lawyers. A lot of damn good lawyers. Yeah, it's a lot of traffic, a lot of litigation, tons of litigation, a lot of good lawyers.
Brandon Lesko, $5. All right, $100 USD, not that fake Canadian crap, and you sing it together. Deal, Robert? Well, we already got it. So $4.99. No convincing photographic evidence. Yeah, and she's the kind of person that takes pictures, and she's surrounded by people who would take pictures and or notice and all the rest. It's like Ben King. You're making a liar out of Ben King. He was there surveying the damage. He found the finger, but he didn't notice this massive bruising to you. Really?
Yeah. Also one of the most credible witnesses of the entire trial.
Yeah. Lisa Mary Wood, $9.99. Hi, Kurt. I'm here from Legal Bites earlier today. Well, thank you for visiting. It's so validating for me that a very analytical person like you also doesn't believe her story. Love all you guys. Keep up the good work. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense because when I try to feed her analysis, when I try to feed her story into the puzzle, it just doesn't work. I can't make it work. So it's like something's got to give. And so, yeah. Sandy McLeod, $5. Rob, Kurt, and Runkle, thank you so much. I hope you do this often. $2. Silvio Knight from Canada, all dressed chips and superior chocolate. Do you think you have superior chocolate in Canada?
I'm going to go with yes.
I do like German chocolate. I like Milka. $19.99 from Afraf Arbabo. I'm going with Crystal, $5. I love the cross of hues. She was visibly befuddled and seeing Johnny Depp in a gurney and not being able to say that's not DV. Excellent. Chris Clark, $4.99. Thank you very much for your commentary throughout the whole thing. I've learned a lot. You are very welcome. And it's validating to know that you guys are learning something from me because this is a subject I love. And the fact that I'm able to teach it to people who love to learn is also very, very validating. Thank you. Richard Freeman, $5. Sympathy for the devil. Please allow me to object hearsay. Objection hearsay. For those asking earlier, yes, I did hear the song. It was fantastic. I'm a lawyer of a wealthy client. I put up with so much crap. Please smash like. Thank you very much. Regulator 30, Canadian $5. I know you didn't hear the Australia audio. Spoiler. You can hear her walking around in heels while Jerry and Ben clean glass and plan to get her out. That I mean, I wouldn't know for sure having never tried, but I would imagine walking in heels, with the glass in your feet might be difficult. Chris Harris, $10. Texas Austin CCW LTC guy here who watches Runkle. I'd be the second round if you guys come to Austin after last fellow. But while not shooting guns at the same time, even if it would be epically Texas. Well, as for me, I live in Austin. So, we can just meet up anytime in Austin. So for all those Austin people, we could just, hang. It's cool. This blind chick talks, $5. When JD spilled wine on her, she stood up from the couch after. She had just stood up from the couch. She has inaccuracies within her own stories. Living with purpose. Johnny and Amber's PR teams are battling online. Never seen anything like this. Check out their insane public statements. I might. Sandy McLeod becomes a member. Thank you very much. Afrath Arbaro. Ronco will need baritone backup harmony. That's you, Law and Lumber.
Oh, I can't go that deep.
Helen Queenie, $5. Thanks for all the great commentary. Appreciate your folks' insight. P.S. What is Rob making? He's making some posts and stuff for a friend. So, Melissa Exley, $4.99. Guy in recordings. Does Amber not always call JD babe? Is that not what is in red? Carly Simon Mirror. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure lots of people call their significant other babe. I call my significant other babe. Mr. RN, is this trial to get JD better acting gigs? At least in part. $1.99 from Todd Larson. Amber really shut the bed today. She killed her case. It was not great. $20 from Q Square. To me, the real tragedy of all this is this highly privileged person taking advantage of the actual domestic abuse victims out there, turning into Kitty Smollett of domestic abuse situation. I feel you. I really do.
Yeah, you said it, I didn't.
It's one of the reasons that I am so hesitant to judge Amber Heard on her own merits unto itself, because I want real domestic violence victims to come forward. It's one of the reasons I'm hesitant to call her a liar based on her testimony unto itself. So I really do appreciate what you're saying. Thank you. 9 on a dime, $20. Did Nate really say female jurors were nodding with AH? He wouldn't know either way. What are your thoughts about this, especially since they've been stone-faced the rest of the time? I'm not sure he said that. He's not in a position to know. If he's reporting on that, it's because he read it somewhere. So I don't have any particular position on that. Q Square, $2. Autocorrect, Jussie Smollett, not Kitty. I know what you meant. $2 from Laurie Jean Haynes. Thank you for explaining metadata. I got it. You're welcome. Paul Freese, since this is a civil trial, does the jury verdict need to be unanimous to award to Johnny Depp? In Virginia, yes. Every state does it differently. So, and the number of jurors is different from state to state. So in this particular case, normally it's 5 for a civil jury. Because of the monetary amounts, it's 7. And yes, it has to be unanimous because they say so. Other states do it differently. Some states it's like 10 out of 12 or some other random number. So yeah, it's 7 and unanimous is what we're sticking with. Q Squared, $5. 26 super hard. What is that including me? 27. What? I'm 27? You might have well been. Diane Tinker, $5. Dr. Grant called Amber Heard and Jussie vulnerable narcissists. This is a very sick woman. Johnny paid dearly for getting involved with her. And how? And $6.99 from Lexi Autumn Stabs. Runkle, you've done us proud. They love your singing, Runkle.
Well, that's the wrong move.
We got some more super chats here. So let me go through my chat and then we'll kind of send it up.
LawTube karaoke channel. That's
LawTube karaoke. Yeah, it could be very well. All right. So yeah, I fixed the mute issue. Peggy Rodon says, "Will you please link Runkle's channel link up?" Yes, I will. I can't do that in StreamYards, but I can do it.
Being posted.
Yeah, I'll fix it in. I'll fix it in the thing. I'm not sure how Legal Bites does it. I guess she must do it within. She must do it this way. Hold on. Well, I can do it this way. Okay. Joined. Come on. Joined by not caps lock computer. At Runkle. There he is. And Nate was here for a little while, so we'll say at Nate. And Rob doesn't have a channel, so and Rob.
Oh, but everyone that's still listening, put proposed YouTube channel names in Kurt's comments.
Okay, let's see. $4.99. Ben's 310. Thoughts about Amber saying she'd never play guitar, but she has a photo of herself singing and playing guitar. Now, I was confused because I saw the clip and it looked like it was from a movie. So I don't know if she was really playing or not. So I was confused. Okay. Leah Simpson, 499. I can't wait to see what Spidey says about her body language. Her faces are like even she doesn't believe herself. Sierra Callahan. Since the start of the stream, I've closed out work files and sanded, primed, and painted my cabinets. And this is the after party. You're all a different breed. Appreciate your time and knowledge. We roll deep. We love this stuff. Thank you for joining. $5 from Ronnie in Sep. This is SG, which is Singapore. Yes. Dropped by from Legal Bytes, sending you some hearts. Thank you very much. Although, my icon is the cowboy hat. Legal Bytes is the blue heart. Emily D. Baker is the purple heart. And I've adopted the cowboy hat. And there are proposals in our chats for other people's things. I mean, Rob will obviously be some sort of word-working emoji.
There was a bearded man that was floating in the chat. That
could be good too. Largy as a native Texan, motion to strip Amber Heard of her Texan card. Crystal, $2. Rob, I can't go that deep. Sad for your wife.
Oh,
don't have one. Thank you. Bye.
Byron Cabinet, Myra Mar.
Now you're going to get posts.
I found it was unsettling that Amber Heard explained in details how JD physically abused her, but never described the physical pain. Apparently, she didn't feel the physical pain, which was a nice little touch.
Really fucking weird for anyone who's ever had domestic violence cases. That doesn't happen. No, they express pain first and then memory of actions second.
Dolly says, in Alita's channel, y'all mentioned your BS meter was off the chart at some point during their testimony. Her shards of glass, feet torn up, but she walked upstairs to bed. Was that the moment of BS for you? I don't remember exactly where it was. It was just sort of the accumulation of things. I'm not sure which of the things pushed me over the top. But after a while, it just became impossible to sustain any sort of logical coherence where she could also be telling the truth in context of everything else. It became impossible for me to maintain some sort of interpretation that would allow for that. So it's like, well, I give up. Yeah, that's kind of what happened. $5 from Dolly. Totally off topic. Thoughts on Kim Kardashian not going to law school to be a lawyer? No particular thoughts. I encourage her to follow her dreams. The fact that this is an option for her in California, she seems to be doing well at it, and she seems to have some interest in it. So if it's something she can do and thrive at, all the more encouragement to her. So, she seems to be interested in some, victims' rights issues and falsely imprisoned issues. So maybe she can do some good in this world. She's already gotten at least one person commuted. So, hey, why not?
Yeah.
And those are the ends of the super chats. Well, with that, my friends, I guess I will sign off since we have reached the end of the stream. I want to thank everyone who dropped by and stuck with us the full time. 1,453 of you are currently here. I think we hit 2,000 at some point today. It was really, really good. My friend Rob from Law and Lumber appreciates you here. Again, he would appreciate your suggestions for channel names in the comments below. Feel free to read them. Runkle the Bailey, his link is now in the description, so you can go click on him and check him out. Help him get to 75,000 people so he can too crush the dreams that we all have. I'm going to sign off for now, my friends. I've been Uncivil Law. Till later, my friends. Cheers and good night.